Okay, good morning, everybody. We start off the day with the Protective Services Committee, and I will go to Director Roberts to chair this one. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to everybody. I'd like to call the meeting of the Protective Services to order. Can I have a motion to accept that? I see Director Knodel, Director Taylor. All in favor? Perfect. Can we just pass this on over to the CAO Newell? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So first up are the RDOS fire chiefs, and we have Chief Ianello and Chief Smith at the delegation table. And I see a broad selection of other chiefs in the back of the room for support. So I know they have a slide deck, and Danny, you can put that up. And we'll just turn it over to Chief Ianello, and he can introduce his colleagues.
Good morning. Thank you, directors. We're honored, good morning. Thank you, directors. We're honored to be invited here to discuss what fire departments do. So we've got a presentation that we put together to basically give you all the basics of what our fire departments do, what all fire departments do, more specifically the regional district fire departments. My name is Tony Ianella. I'm the fire chief for Willowbrook Volunteer Fire Department, and I am the current president of the South Okanagan-Similkameen Fire Chiefs Association. You'll hear some reference to that, the SOSFCA. And to my side is Chief Smith of Naramata Volunteer Fire Department also. And Chief Smith is going to basically do most of this presentation. So have at her.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks to the board members and staff for having us here. We appreciate you sharing your time with us. And we'll try not to use up too much of it. But I was informed this morning by my partner that I have a dull, monotone voice and I need to crank it up a little bit before I put everyone to sleep in this room. So I'm not making any promises. We'll see what we can do here. So yeah, Fire Department 101. That's our presentation tonight, this morning. We're going to talk about three things, basically. We're going to talk about fire department basics, so what a fire department is, how it operates, how it's put together. We're going to talk about regional district fire departments, and so those are the 8 that this organization has jurisdiction for. And then we're going to talk a little bit about our future, what we can see on the horizon coming our way. So here we go. We'll go to what fire departments do. So emergency services are our main focus in life. Most people think of us as fire trucks and houses on fire. So we do fire suppression. So we do that in structures. We do vehicles, cars and trucks, and we don't have trains, but boats and planes and electric vehicles are coming our way. So we do that if they're on fire. We do hazmat, and typically we would do flammable liquid spills or natural gas leaks, things of that nature. And we do wildland interface fires within our fire service areas, near to our fire service areas, regionally and provincially. We do rescue. So something as simple as rescuing your kid out of the bathroom door they've locked themselves behind, getting a pet out of a hot vehicle, all the way through to auto extrication, a highway accident, we'll come and help you there. We will do a building or excavation collapse, industrial accidents. Wherever you get stuck and you can't get out, call us and we'll come and help you. Fire departments also do technical rescue. Those are things like confined space rescue, high angle rescue, and those sorts of things. We will rescue you from water, flat water on a lake or a reservoir. Swift water is a river. And when that water turns to ice, we'll come and rescue you there too. Evacuation, or this would be like a rescue that you would typically expect from a house on fire. We would come and rescue from a house on fire. So I'm calling it an evacuation. So it's moving people out of harm's way immediately. We call it a tactical evacuation. But basically, it's taking you out of a building if it's on fire, or moving you from a place that is in harm's way to a safer place. So for instance, a gas leak or a wildfire imminent, we'll move you out of there. as best we can, sometimes ungraciously, but life safety is our primary goal, and so we work hard at that. Where are we? Medical emergencies. So most fire departments will work with the BC EHS. We respond to life-threatening emergencies. So basic life support is what we do. Our members are licensed through the province, through the Emergency Medical Assistance Licensing Branch, to work in partnership with BC EHS. So that's like probably the biggest bulk of our calls. Out in our rural communities, we're filling in till the ambulance gets there on life-threatening situations. BCEHS, so British Columbia Emergency Health Services, AKA the ambulance service, they're changing over their branding. I will probably mix those up this morning in our presentation. Last but not least, for our responses, emergency responses, we do, we do all kinds of responses. We're kind of the catch-all. We're all hazards. We'll do floods and landslides. We'll do extreme weather events, things of that nature. Things that don't fit in other boxes usually end up in our box to address. And we look after, as I mentioned, life safety is our priority, and then incident containment and stabilization is what we'll work to achieve after that. Last but not least, mutual aid. So fire departments are sometimes overwhelmed in their incidences, not very often, but sometimes it happens. So we have a plan for that. We have a mutual aid agreement in place with regional fire chiefs, regional fire departments, I should say, so that when we need help, excuse me, we can call for help. And if someone calls for help, we can send them help. Mutual aid for emergency responses. So what else do? We do a bunch of non-emergency stuff. Fire prevention. So that's, well, it's prevention, right? We do inspections, we do pre-incident planning, we do public education. So those are the smoke alarms and home safety plans and those sorts of things that usually your children or grandchildren are bringing home for you. So it's basically educating our communities to be safe. We do fire smart activities. So that's also considered a prevention activity. So that would include some of the bullets on the slide there. Pre-incident planning and home assessments that fall within the Fire Smart program. We would consider that fire prevention work. And then the thing that we spend most of our time on is training. So all fire departments, full-time or volunteer, are considered workplaces in BC and fall under the WorkSafe BC regulations. So that means that we have to train our staff to do the work that we're going to ask them to do. And that doesn't matter, you know, where you work in BC, you have to be trained to do your job. And that rule does not, or it does apply to all fire departments as well. So it's the law, we have to do that. No options there. Training is also revolves around the British Columbia Office of the Fire Commissioner. They've set out for British Columbia Fire Departments structural firefighter minimum training standards. So those are standards that we train to. They are not the law, but you better have a good reason if you're not going to be meeting those standards. And there are some good reasons, but it's the provincial standard that we train to. And again, those standards from the Office of the Fire Commissioner are for firefighters, for fire officers or supervisors, as they'd be called in the real world, chief officers, vehicle operators, whether you have an engine or a water tender or a ladder truck, whatever you're driving, a boat, an off-road vehicle, you need to be aware that there's a training standard for that. There's also training standards for our instructors. So we are learners, but we are also instructors. Pitching and catching at the same time. And then training, again, I mentioned the EMA licensing. That's a 3-year license that we have to recertify. We also train with BC Wildfire Service. So that we are familiar with their operations and can work with them safely. We work with BC Ambulance as partners. We work with BC Wildfire as partners. So back to the top of the page there, the first bullet, WorkSafe BC regulations requirements that workers are trained to do their work. So BC Ambulance and BC Wildfire are making sure that we're trained when we go and work with them. It's the law. On the slide there, NFPA standards. Sorry, buddy.
My apologies.
I just want to touch on NFPA standards. And I wanted to see if the chief could back us up. I got it. NFPA standards. So National Fire Protection Association is an international, self-funded, nonprofit organization which develops standards for everything fire. So fire halls, where they should go, fire engines, fire training for firefighters, response times, ladders, everything fire is there's a standard created for it. The NFPA standards are the industry standard. They're the gold standard, and they are referred to often in WorkSafe BC regulations and in the Structural Firefighters Minimum Training Standard. So NFPA is is the standard that we all work to. And I've talked about BC Wildfire Services.
Did it. There it is.
There we go. Okay. So a little bit about fire department organizations now that we kind of understand what they do. On the top two bubbles there, those are the folks, the worker folks. Fire prevention staff, again, we talked about inspections and pub ed, fire smart reps. So that's the fire prevention side of things. Fire suppression staff would be the firefighters. Often referred to as bucket heads. I'm not sure where that came from exactly, but could have something to do with the giant helmets that we wear. I'm not sure. We do first responder calls, so those are medical emergencies, instruction, vehicle operations. Excuse me. Those are the folks at the pointy end of the stick. Those are the doers. Working with and providing guidance for the doers are fire officers. And in the real world, they would be supervisors, crew supervisors. In our world, we call them lieutenants and captains. That comes from our paramilitary history in the fire service. So the captains and lieutenants are running the crews, supporting those fire officers, our fire chiefs or chief officers. And depending on the size of your organization, you would have one chief and a deputy or an assistant, depending on how big your organization is. But you will at least have a chief. And plugged into the chief there is admin staff and maintenance staff. So admin staff is, maybe helping the chief or that may be the chief's work, depending on your organization, and maintenance staff. So we maintain equipment and buildings and all the things that we use. And that whole thing is supported by a local government administration. So our life support system is local government. Staffing models. Basically, there are three different staffing models. There's the full-time or career fire department. So big communities that have a large tax base and want a high level of service, such as Penticton, have a career staff in their fire halls. Their mix is probably 60 career staff and 40 auxiliary staff or volunteer staff. So that's what a career fire hall looks like. And it's their job, right? They have a schedule. They show up when they're supposed to, and that's how they pay the rent and buy groceries. Paid on call or volunteer fire department has a different staffing model. So being a firefighter is not our primary source of income. It's a thing we do on the side. It is unscheduled, and we respond when we can. Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't respond. So that's the way we're built. So in an emergency, staff respond to a fire hall, and from the fire hall, they will respond to an incident with the appropriate equipment. And on the bottom there, it says combination on the slide. It should say composite. but a composite fire department is a combination of career and volunteer staff. So I mentioned Penticton, about a 60-40 split. Summerland, Osuyas would have, 3 or 4 career staff, and the rest would be auxiliary. And then smaller departments, like all of ours, are strictly volunteer or on-call staff. So there we are. These are the 8 regional district fire departments. So Willowbrook, Tulameen, Okanagan Falls, Naramata, Karamias, Khalid and Apex, and way down in the east there, Anarchist. So we're all over the place. Like I say, Anarchist, the southeast, you travel up the Tulameen River to Tulameen, and then we're in Karamias, and then up on the hill to Apex, and back down in the valley in Willowbrook and Okanagan Falls, and then head north to Khalid, and then finally up to Naramata there. So, yep, we're all over the place. And how do we fit into the regional district? Well, we each have a service bylaw, service establishment bylaw. So those are individuals. They set out where we can go and what we can do, basically. And then we have an operational bylaw, which we have in common. So we all run under the same operational bylaw, basically. We also comply with other bylaws and policies that are in place at the regional district, like everyone else who is part of this organization. There are some policies and bylaws that apply across the board. So that's where we are there. What do we do now that we're connected with the regional district? Well, we do a lot. I was surprised when I started collecting the data for this, all the things we do. So 17,000 plus hours, those are the hours that we spend dealing with emergencies. Our volunteers spend dealing with emergencies. Through 911 last year, we had 1,000 emergencies that we dealt with. That number doesn't include those emergencies that do not come through 911. There are a few of those, but we don't track them consistently. So 1,000 is a solid number that I can put in a slideshow for the RD board. Of the 17,000 hours, over 8,000 of those hours on provincial deployment. So working for BC Wildfire mostly, but it would also include hours spent on provincial road rescue or water rescue, things that we do outside of our fire service areas that the province pays for. And that we're happy to go and do. Training. We mentioned that training was a big deal. Training is certainly a big deal. Over 22,000 hours training. That's a considerable amount of time for our volunteers who give up their time to do that. And then countless hours of prevention and pub ed and fire smart. So we all track that differently. There was no consistency, so I couldn't come up with good numbers. So I thought that countless would be a positive and somewhat accurate description of the hours we put there. A flattering yet truthful description of our pub ed, fire prevention. Okay. And so the purpose of all those hours is people, right? So we provide fire and life safety for about 10,000 people who live here, plus thousands of people that come and visit here. So fire and life safety for people, that's our #1 project. And so we're spread all over the place. 10,000 people doesn't seem much. It's about the population of Summerland, I'm guessing. But we're all over the place looking after those folks. We provide fire protection to 3.3 billion in assessed improvements on the land that we look after. So those are buildings, so that's not the land. So that would be infrastructure and buildings that are built on the land, homes, workplaces, schools, community buildings, utility infrastructure, water and sewer infrastructure, all the things on the land that we need to live here. We're looking after it. And there's $3.3 billion with it in our fire service areas. What else do we do? Budgets, money, $2.8 million in operating budgets in 2022. And we work with our fire department staff, regional district staff, and our directors to develop an annual operating budget. And we have a 5-year capital budget as well, similar to all of the other departments in this organization. Fire chiefs manage those budgets. And where does that money come from? It comes from taxation, it comes from reserves, it comes from grants, and it comes from earned income from provincial deployment. We applied for, with the assistance of the finance department, grants last year through UBCM, and we're granted a total of $319,000 last year in grants. Our earned income from provincial deployments was just over $1 million. So that's the operating and capital side. We manage $29.2 million in assets. So those are fire halls, fire trucks, firefighting equipment, all the things that we need to do our work. And an example there of astute management, Kaleden is just in the process of purchasing a new fire engine to the just north of $900,000. And they're doing it with money that they have in reserves. So there's an example of prudent fiscal management by one of the members of this group. And there are many examples of that sort of good fiscal management. How else do we do it? Well, experienced leadership is one of the ways we do it. When I started gathering up some of this data for our presentation, I asked the chiefs of their experience in the fire service, and one of them surprised me. I think he joined the fire service not long after fire was invented. He shall not be named and may or may not be in this room. Yeah, awesome fire chiefs, right? Another example of good leadership, Chief Jody Woodford in Tulameen. She is recognized provincially and nationally with numerous awards and medals for her volunteerism, citizenship, and caring. And she's an outstanding example of our group. And we'll be riding on Chief Woodford's tail for quite a while. But really, all of those things would be meaningless without the doers. And those are the 207 awesome volunteer firefighters that we have in our organizations. And I can't stress this enough. This is the heart and the soul of our organizations. They're the folks who give up their time. They, in many cases, take a pay cut. They'll come day or night, rain or shine, putting themselves in harm's way to serve their neighbors. So it's the 207 awesome firefighters, volunteer firefighters, that are, like I say, the heart and soul. And I probably couldn't say that enough times to do it justice. Without those volunteers, we couldn't do it. All right. So we do this with partnerships as well. So you can see on the slide there a bunch of acronyms. We're partners with BC Emergency Health Services, with BC Wildfire. We do lots of medical emergency calls in our rural communities. Like I mentioned, we're standing by waiting, filling in the blanks there till the ambulance shows up. With BC Wildfire, we used to work in silos, right? It was, their stuff over there and our stuff over here. And we bump into each other once in a while and be polite, but now we're realizing that it all blurs together, right? And when we work together, and we're getting much better at working together, we do better work. We all do better work for our customers. So we're really getting integrated with each other, BC Wildfire Service and fire service in general. I mentioned the Office of the Fire Commissioner. They provide training standards, training material. They provide us support and advice whenever we need it. So if we need to go up the food chain for a complicated question Office of the Fire Commissioner is the place that we go. They are provincial. RCMP and Search and Rescue, we have close working relationships with these and many other response partners. Collaboration. So we collaborate with within the fire chiefs group, within fire departments, regionally, provincially. We can operate through the Fire Chiefs Association of BC, the Fire Training Officers Association of BC, and as Chief mentioned, the South Okanagan Fire Chiefs Association. There are lots of places out there and organizations where we collaborate. And an example of that collaboration, it goes back kind of a budget thing, but Summerland Fire Department, Peachland Fire Department, Okanagan Falls, and Willowbrook Fire Departments are purchasing some very expensive equipment this year, capital purchase, and they worked together to negotiate the best price that they could from a common supplier for this equipment. So that's an example of us collaborating with other fire departments, even outside of our group, to get the best bang for our buck when we are purchasing expensive capital equipment. The South Okanagan Similkameen Fire Chiefs Association works collectively on common issues. We've developed an example of that. We developed a task force last year to respond to wildfire events where we can quickly dispatch our resources to the fire department that needs some help. We've got written procedures in place, and we've set it up with Kelowna Fire Dispatch so that we can quickly deploy a bunch of resources to one of our fire departments that might need some help with a situation. And that's an example of us collaborating within our society. So the society also hired an administrator advisor to help with the workload that chiefs have and develop some consistency. An example there is he worked with the chiefs and this office to develop some of our bylaws. So we'll hire help when we need it. We can go find help provincially or nationally when we need it, and collaborate to keep us on track and performing well. Last but not least, support from the regional district, or as we sometimes refer to it, the mothership.
Affectionately.
Affectionately, the mothership. Yep. Because without the mothership, there's no us as well. So we work with finance. I mentioned our budget work. They look after our accounts payable, the day-to-day stuff, payroll, insurance, all of those complicated finance things that bucket heads should have nothing to do with. We work with legislative services, again, bylaws, borrowing approval. For example, Naramata got approval to borrow $400,000 last year with the help of legislative services. Human resources and health and safety. So we go to them for advice. We share documents with them when we need some or they want to know what we're doing. And this helps us ensure compliance with human resources standards and health and safety regulations. Information services, nothing happens without information services. So we're integrated into the regional district information services machine. That's where our records management systems are. We have email, we can connect to their GIS systems. Information services is very important. Emergency management. Yes, when we have a big or a lengthy event in our areas, emergency management supports our activities in the field. They also look after the Fire Smart program, which we are loosely connected with. We would like to connect better there, and that is our intention. But that comes through emergency management as well. Excuse me. And an example of Fire Smart, again, we'll go back to Cleveland and Anarchist. Those fire departments were early adopters of the Fire Smart program, and are role models for all things Fire Smart in our communities. Planning and engineering, we deal with them. Again, we contribute advice to development in our areas. Engineering provides us with data on engineering things. Again, GIS. And finally, our official link to the mothership is the CAO, Mr. Newell. So we communicate occasionally on things that we need to communicate on, and otherwise the chiefs are basically a self-managed group, and we'll touch base with our boss when we need to, and he touches base with us when he needs to, and that's how that works. Looking ahead. Okay, so we see an increased demand for services. Our communities get bigger and bigger all the time, and people have higher and higher expectations of us. So we don't see that slacking off anytime soon. And that's, you know, probably a thing you hear consistently with all your services, but ours is going to be the same. The trajectory is up. Safety standards and training standards are going to continue to improve. Equipment standards will continue to improve. Administrative duties and records management are always, there's always a bigger and bigger ask there. So it's all adding to our workload. We talk about staff turnover too. Our staff turnover is pretty constant. It takes about 2 years to train a firefighter up to the basic level with all the things that they need to learn. And that's about the time people start to lose interest. The fun's starting to, you know, flatten out, and they go find other things to do with their time. So retention and recruitment issues, the theme song for many organizations, and we're singing it too. Lots of recruitment and retention. Creativity is going to be required to retain volunteers in the future, and undoubtedly this is going to add to our budgets. We see our administrative workload ever increasing, and we're actively looking for solutions or partners to help us with that admin workload for fire chiefs. Looking ahead. So we'll continue building relationships and maintaining the good relationships that we have. We'll continue to work together as the regional district fire departments group. We'll continue to look for new partners. I'm sure there could be some out there somewhere that we can help and they can help us. We're actively reviewing current admin and operations activities within our fire departments, looking for areas to, you know, cooperate and reduce the workload individually. We're always looking for ways to improve our service delivery and efficiency. It goes without saying. And we need to be aware of building our capacity because our workload is going up. We need to have some redundancy so that when one of us, you know, isn't there, there's another one who can do that work for us. And we have to have a resilient organization that can withstand some knocks from time to time, be that big events or, you know, staffing issues or whatever, right? We have to be able to be resilient.
So that's basically what your fire departments do for you in a very large eggshell.
Yeah. Do we have another slide?
We do, don't we? Last one.
There we go.
The end. The end.
So thank you, everyone. We'd be happy to answer your questions. I'll take the easy ones. Chief Ionella can take the hard ones.
Thank you, Chiefs, and we really appreciate the presentation. I've got a bunch of people here that got some hands up. I'll try and make sure I do it in the list appropriate. And again, let's be mindful of our time. We're already kind of over time. I have Director Knodel first.
Thank you, and to the chiefs, and thank you very much. As most of you know, I take fire departments is probably the most important service that a director can have. The protection of our citizens is paramount. And when the excrement hits the rotating air inducer, you're the ones we call. That's just it. You're the first ones out, and you're expected to put your lives on the line for us. And that's no small ask. In case anyone hasn't noticed, when you go into the library and the bookstores, the apocalypse section seems to have been moved into current affairs. So you're going to be called on a lot more in the future. So I thank you guys very much for all of you for what you do. and you have my full support and everything as we go forward. We need to have you here more often to present to us. There's a lot of things coming forward. Electric vehicles on its own is going to be a real handful for you to deal with. The carcinogens that are involved in not only electric vehicles, but in your suits and the buildings now is becoming a big deal. And we're going to have to adjust budgets accordingly to be able to deal with that. I'll let some other people get in here and say their parts. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Knodel. Could I have Director Coynes Jr.?
Thank you. So my question is around Fire Smart, and I want to know, do all your departments have wildfire mitigation specialists on your teams right now?
Does anybody not? No, not everybody does at this time.
Most of you do, though?
I believe most of us do at this point.
And how much cooperation or how much work do you do with the Fire Smart out of the regional district?
As far as the actual mitigations themselves?
Like when you do the home inspections and all that sort of thing, kind of what we're doing up in the Princeton area. Are you guys doing the same thing with the regional district, or is you guys doing your own thing and then they're doing their thing?
We sent a bunch of people to the...
This is a safe place, by the way.
We sent a bunch of people to the wildfire urban interface training last year for that. Most of us sent people for the mitigation training. As I understood it, there wasn't a mechanism in place to be able to use our people to do the assessments, but from what I've heard, there is a mechanism going into place, so we should be able to start putting our people to work doing it this year, hopefully. They're trained and they're ready. We just can't quite get there yet.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Holmes is next.
Yeah, thank you. I was just wondering, the SOSFCA, are the municipal fire chiefs part of that group?
No.
No, and why would that be?
When we joined this or formed this association, it was basically to get all of us together, networking, being able to fill some of the gaps that we needed, basically become sort of a self-governing group to bridge the hurdles that we were having as individual departments. So we basically put together a collaborative group of regional fire departments, and that was just how it all formed.
It's the 8 of us. So I'll bump in there. It's the 8 regional district fire departments, 7 of the 8 that are members of that association. So it's not the other municipal fire departments.
Yeah, there's a larger group called the Joint Chiefs that encompassed also the municipal fire departments. We're trying to get that rolling again right now. It kind of fell apart during COVID, but we actually have some work in place right now where we're trying to get everybody back together.
Thank you. Do I see any other hands just before I...
Yeah.
Oh, there we go.
Director Miller.
Is waving up a storm.
Thank you, Director Roberts, and I did have my hand up before Director Holmes, but that's fine. I have 2 questions for our guests, and I realize in the interest of time, but they are important questions. We hear in the city of Penticton that fire is spending most of their time, or certainly a lot of time, on first response calls to the opioid crisis. I'm wondering if you service that as well in the rural areas, or if there simply aren't the calls. And then I do have a second question unrelated to that one, please.
Yeah, the majority of our calls are medical first response calls. I wouldn't say that in the rural areas we have the same opioid crisis going on at this time. Not that it hasn't trickled over to some degree, but we do cover that as well.
Okay, and my second question is a follow-up to what Director Holmes did ask. Why not have a Penticton and Summerland person, if they wish, at the table? Because you said in the interest of collaboration and you do have a call out for help, would it not make sense to add them to your group?
It's not that we don't all work together. We do have that mutual aid agreement where we all do actually work together in times of need. The South Okanagan Smokehamine Fire Chiefs Association was strictly just our regional fire departments working together to, like I said, to sort what we needed to sort. the larger group that included the municipal departments is that Joint Chiefs organization that did sort of fall apart over COVID, and we have actually started the wheels in process or in motion to try and get that going again.
Would you welcome the idea of the municipal chiefs being included?
I can't say that we wouldn't. It's something the group would have to obviously discuss, but we're not opposed to thinking of things like that. Okay.
Thank you, Chiefs. I think the last report is Director Taylor.
Just briefly, I don't have Director Knodl's gift of humor, but I equally support the fire services throughout the region and in my area, our area. I think the two issues we could hopefully drill down into a little further over time, and I really appreciate that this presentation, very informative. And you're coming here today. I know it takes time, but I think that's a very useful step. And I think we should have more such regularized presentations between our fire services and our board. But drilling down into some of the issues, I think that issue of self-management and governance is something we need to collectively sort out a little, and also the first response ambulance calls and costs associated with it. That's not to say we don't want you going out there. I just see it being an evolving challenge that we need to adapt to in order to be effective. So thank you very much for your presentation. Again, I really think it was terrific.
Thank you, Director Taylor. And Director McCordoff, okay, we are moving along quite quickly, so we'll cut it off after Director McCordoff.
Thank you very much. I'd like to reiterate what some of the other directors have said. I think it's really important that you work with all of the municipal fire chiefs as well. I think there are times that they feel that this may be a separate little group that controls everything. I don't know. But we recently had a speaker at the RDOS, Ellie Mina, and one of the things he said, he put up on the board TEAM, and it stands for Together Everyone Achieves More. And I think that that might work for all of the fire departments to work together more. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director McCordoff. And again, I'd like to thank the delegation for coming. I had the honor wee hours of the morning to work with the Karamias team, as usually as a collaborating other body. So I appreciate all that you do and carry on. Look forward to working with you further and seeing more presentations in the time to come. Could I have a motion to adjourn the Protective Services? Director Coyne and a seconder, Director McCordoff, all in favor? All right. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, directors.
Back over to the chair.
Sure. Thank you, Director Roberts. That takes us over to Community Services, and I will go to Director Monteith to chair this one. Please, go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting of Community Services to order. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda? First, second, all in favor? Thank you. So we will move on to item B, which is a delegation from the Community Foundation of the South Okanagan Similkameen to the CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. So we do have Mr. McCran in the gallery, and he's just moving up to the table, and I assume that's Kim English with him. And from time to time, Aaron does come and present on how the Community Foundation is doing and just how it relates to the regional district. We'll just turn it over to him, Madam Chair, and to Ms. English, and they can give us their update.
Yes, please. Presentation.
Well, the presentation is coming up. Thanks everyone for having us.
Just have to turn your mic on, hit the button. Yeah.
Such high-tech stuff. Thanks everyone for having us here today. I chuckled when the previous presenter talked about a monotone voice. I too have been told I have that, so I'm going to do my best to animate my voice a little. Many of you we know, some of you we don't. So we are starting sort of at the beginning with the presentation about the Community Foundation. We are very active partners with the regional district on many levels, at the staff level certainly, and also in terms of working in the community together. So I'll just get started here with a very brief introduction. By the way, I should say, so I am the executive director of the Community Foundation of the South Okanagan Similkameen. Kim English is our regional development coordinator. And we started in the early 90s. We have always served the entire regional district, even though originally we were called the Penticton and District Foundation. And we are actually well represented in the regional district at this point. Kim is obviously with us today. She lives in Karameas. We have Kevin Ronigan here, who lives in Naramata, and Yuki Ahara, who lives in Summerland. Kevin is also a volunteer firefighter in Naramata. So that's a nice little segue. And also we have provided funding to a number of volunteer fire departments over the years as well. So it was great to hear their presentation today. So at this stage in our development, after 30 years of working in the region, we now manage assets of just over $16 million. And we have made grants to the community, to the region of $8.6 million. Now that is all while preserving the capital from endowment funds that we hold with over 180 different endowment funds. Typically in a given year, we'll be granting around $900,000 throughout the region. It does vary. It doesn't really go below that anymore, but we've gone up to as high as 1.5 million depending on the year. So many people ask what we do. Back in the old days, we used to say we do grants. We give out grants to the community. Now we say we try to make an impact, and grants is one of the tools that we use to make an impact. So there are many tools in the toolbox now, and we kind of summarize it by saying we give choices, we provide giving choices, a little bit of a play on words, and also we fund change in the communities, and we do it in a variety of ways. So typically we're looking after local charities, we're looking after communities, and we're looking after donors. So to give you a sense here, and just going to very quickly run through some of the options for local charities and nonprofits. We have what's called an agency fund. Some charities, I think we have 18 or 20 now. They set up an endowment fund so that they can build an operating reserve over time and have sustainable sources of funding. When their fundraising efforts might not go that great, they'll have a backup plan. That's kind of the idea behind the agency funds. We work with them directly to help them build those funds, give them some training on how to do donor relations, that kind of thing. And we also do flow-through funds. This is not just for charities, it's also for other purposes. The biggest, probably best example, am I doing the thing turning it off, or is someone else doing that? Is that me? Oh, geez. Sorry, Mr. Tech Guy. Okay, so there we go. Okay, I'm gonna not touch that unless I need to click the thing. So probably the best example of a flow-through fund was the Princeton flood relief fundraiser that we looked after on behalf of Director Coyne and the town of Princeton. That raised over $1 million for local residents, and that was, we provided the mechanism, the technology to make that happen and float it back out to the community. And that's, obviously, hopefully a one-time circumstance, but that type of thing can be done fairly quickly. We also work with many charities in the area to connect them with donors. We get lots of calls from donors saying, I want to do something in the community. What can I do? What's the best way to support the community? And we very often connect those people directly with the charities that work on the causes they're interested in. Sometimes they might want to set up an endowment fund or something like that, and it makes sense for us to work with them. Sometimes it makes more sense for us to pass it on. Our goal is to grow the size of the pie, make it easier for donors to donate in the region so that more support is given to the social sector. Also, in communities, we have community funds. We have 8 community funds now, which we'll talk a little bit more about in a bit. We do neighborhood small grants, which I think many of you are aware of. We just actually opened that April 4th. Is that right, Kim? Yeah, April 4th. And we have 2 programs for what we call giving circles, 100 Men Who Care and 100 Women Who Care. We'll get into those a bit more. I mentioned the response and relief funds already, and bursaries are opening up in the next 2 weeks, or they're open now. They're open now. So anyways, there's lots going on, so it's hard to keep track of the exact date sometimes. We also work with our donors, obviously, to set up endowment funds. There's a variety of different kinds of funds that we set up depending on what a person wants to do. So in 2022, we granted out over $950,000 to 80 plus charities in the region. There were 63 neighborhood small grants projects funded in the region, and that's well dispersed throughout the RDOS. It's not just concentrated in the major centers. We also have, I said 20 agency funds. We now have 22 agency funds. So these are funds set up to help charities build their own capacity. So we are working on their behalf to help them build that capacity. And in this last year, over $50,000 in bursaries were awarded. The thing I want to point out about the bursary program is that our focus there is on bursaries that are for students of any age going to schools of any type. So if someone wants to create a bursary for Okanagan College, we would send them to the College Foundation. Or if they want to create a bursary for Penn High graduates, we would send them to the Penn High Bursary Committee. But if someone wants to set up a bursary to support adult students, for example, or someone who wants to go to a trade school or something like that, that's our sweet spot. That's where we can really help out. And our bursary program started, I think so it's not me, I wasn't touching it. Our bursary program started about 10 years ago now, and it's grown substantially over the years. We now have 10 bursaries providing support for a variety of different programs and over 50,000 in bursaries. Okay, so these are all the community funds that we now have. Roughly 8 years ago, I think it was, we really started focusing on building community funds in each one of the communities in our region. It started with 4, we're now at 8. And the focus of these community funds, I think, is really important to understand. The concept here is we're trying to get local residents in each one of these communities to think about giving to their community fund so that that community has its own endowment fund to support programs operating in that community. If we can build an endowment fund for each one of these communities, they can have, in some cases, depending on the size of it, obviously thousands and thousands of dollars a year in available grant money to do what they want with. So it's really an incredible tool that has been leveraged very well in other regions of North America. It's also a developmental process. It takes time to get these things going. But as it grows, it's going to become extremely effective. You can see, I think, I actually don't want to forget this. The biggest, we have total donations in Cleveland, 113,000. Yeah. So we have some large gifts, obviously, and we're just going to continue growing these over time. The larger they get, again, they're as endowment funds, the more grants go out every year from these funds. So it's really a great tool for each community. Very often you'll find, especially in the smaller towns, there's not a lot of charities to give to in those communities to support local programs. There's a few, there's always a few, but there's not that many choices. Giving to a community fund is also a charitable gift, and it will support all areas of need in that particular community. I should point out as well that this doesn't mean that the only grants given to, say, Caledon are from the Caledon Community Fund. We have the other endowment funds that also support projects throughout the region. So so that's the community funds. Another thing that not many people are aware of is that we do something called impact investing. The concept of impact investing is using investments to create social returns in addition to financial returns. Typically for community foundations, we take our endowment donations, we invest them in the stock market and in bonds and so on to earn a consistent amount of revenue so that we can make grants. That's the base financial model. But there's a lot of cash that's sitting in the markets in that situation. So most foundations in Canada are trying to pivot a little bit, not all their assets, but some of their assets towards doing impact investing, where the actual investment itself creates a benefit to the community in addition to providing income for granting. So it's a double benefit in that situation. So for our foundation, our first impact investment was the Penticton Youth Center at 501 Main Street, which opened in 2019. It's a 21,000 square foot facility and currently houses 4 youth serving agencies. It was the culmination of 5 years of a program called the YES Project, the Youth Engagement Strategy Project. The Community Foundation purchased that building with the assistance of the city of Penticton and hundreds and hundreds of donors throughout the area, raising over $1 million for the down payment. It's a fully self-sustaining operation. It looks at, and property managers look after the building. The tenants pay the rent that pays the mortgage. Everything's good. It's all working extremely well. And they see well over 1,000 youth a year. Many of those young people saying that if they didn't have the youth center, they wouldn't ask for help. I think it's plus 60% of the kids they survey say they wouldn't have bothered to ask for assistance. So it's really effective in terms of the role that it's playing. The important thing to note there is we could have taken that $1 million and put that into an endowment fund and created an investment that is invested in the stock market with TELUS and blah, blah, blah. And that would have been great. That would have provided grant money, but that's one type of impact. This is a different type of impact that also has a great deal of value. So that was, I have to say, a really scary decision by the Community Foundation. We were literally the first community foundation in Canada to buy a building for the purpose of other agencies to live in it. Some foundations had buildings that they used for themselves and then rented out excess capacity. No one had done this before, so it was pretty scary. It has since been proven to be valuable, and other foundations are now doing it. And it also made it easier for us to make the next decision, which was in 2021. We purchased a house on Johnson Road here in Penticton that came out very quickly, and it was kind of a natural development. We were approached by Interior Health because the Bridge Youth and Family Services, one of their service providers, was losing the home they were using to provide addiction support housing for women recovering from addictions. The house was being sold because the market was high and the owners wanted to cash out. So they asked us if we could help, and there's no amount of granting that we could do that would be able to save them from that situation. So the decision was made to invest and to put a down payment on that house and buy the house so that we can be a friendly landlord, participate with them in ensuring that the service stays in the region. It's important to note that if we hadn't been able to do that in the amount of time, a couple of weeks that it took to do that, that service would have been lost to Penticton and South Okanagan. It's not just Penticton residents, it's folks from the south, and it would have ended up back in Kelowna, which would have been not great for our region. So that's worked out really well as well. We are also in regular discussions with other agencies about further impact investments in our region. Director Holmes will be very familiar with the conversation we're having in Summerland, and there's a few other ones in Penticton and a few in the south as well. So those are ongoing. It typically takes more than 2 weeks to get one of those things going. So it's likely a years-long process to figure out the details, but it's a super valuable tool that we're really excited to bring to our region. So some of you will be familiar with the vital signs report. We have done this report 4 times. It is a health check essentially on how people feel about how our region is doing. Each community's members in each community are asked, how do you feel about health and welfare? How do you feel about housing? How do you feel about the gap between rich and poor, income inequality, a bunch of different things, environment. There's 11 issue areas that we cover. We do a statistical analysis of all available resources to put that together with survey results to provide a report for the region that helps a lot of organizations plan. City of Penticton has recently used the 2018 Vital Signs Report in some of their social development planning, for example. Many local charities use it for grant applications, and they, whether they're applying to us or they're applying to another funder, they use the data in there to help them make their case. So we're in the throes of that right now. The survey is currently open until May 12th. And if you haven't taken the survey, I'd really encourage you to do it and share it with your constituents. I'm only a little bit competitive, but we're doing this in partnership with Central Okanagan and North Okanagan Foundations, and we are currently at about 750 responses, and they're at about 250. So we're doing great, but we want to do better. So if you can help spread the word about that, I would appreciate it. That report, by the way, comes out in October. So grassroots giving and granting. I mentioned earlier that we were trying to expand the pie. Our core business model started as endowments only. Not everybody wants to do an endowment, and that's totally great. So we try to facilitate philanthropy in any way that we can, and grassroots giving is one of the ways to do it. So I mentioned earlier 100 Men Who Care and 100 Women Who Care. These are they're giving circles. A bunch of people get together every quarter, throw their money in a pot, and they choose some charities to give the money to. They've been going for quite some time now. I think we're the only community foundation in Canada that actually administers the 100 Men and 100 Women Who Care programs. Many other communities have them, but they're run completely by volunteers, and there's a bunch of admin burden on them in that case, whereas we look after that and just incorporate it into our daily work. So as you can see, between the two groups, they've raised over, what is that, $330,000 that has gone directly back out to charities. We don't take any of that money, comes in and goes right back out to local groups. And while most of the members are in Penticton and area, the money goes out to charities throughout the region. We have a bit of a challenge convincing folks to drive here. We're getting 100 people to drive there, but the money flows out throughout the region, so that's really effective. And neighborhood small grants. Again, many of you are probably aware of this. We have been doing this for a long time, since 2017, and over 300 projects have now been funded. The application process is now open, and there's just a lot of interest in this, and we do a lot of work around here because it's such an effective program. Kim, did you want to say something specific about it? Kim's in charge of it, so.
Pardon me, I'll just take the opportunity to thank all local government and RDOS for being the flow-through partner. We couldn't provide neighborhood small grants in the program, which is a wonderful grassroots granting program for people to apply for a grant up to $500 to do something terrific on the street they live on or the community they live on. And as Aaron said, it's been just a really effective program. Over COVID, we pivoted to online projects and care packages for homes. And last year, while we were coming out of COVID, there was concern that the interest would be a little low, but we almost doubled the amount of applications last year, awarding over 65 projects, and just told us, showed how much people wanted to reconnect and make those connections in their communities and kind of problem solve at the grassroots. So as you know, there's a lot of beautification projects, block parties with a purpose. And so we'll continue to see that throughout this year. And tonight I'm doing a info session. So if you're talking to anybody, let them know that that's this evening, and I'm doing a second one on April 25th to help people with their ideas. Thank you.
I just want to point out too that this is a funding partnership with the Vancouver Foundation, and it was originally an experiment where the Vancouver Foundation did this program in big cities, which is why it was called Neighborhood Small Grants. And they wanted to see if it would work in a rural area. So they approached our foundation to see if we could pull it off in smaller communities. And Kim took that on at full speed and was so effective with it that Vancouver Foundation has essentially contracted our foundation through Kim to help other foundations in the southern BC build their own neighborhood small grants infrastructure. So it's been super effective, and it's a really great program. Okay, so I've introduced most of our team, but the two longest serving staff members who aren't here are Kelly Helfrich, our office administrator, and Sarah Trudeau. Sarah, just so some of you may know Sarah, but she is not working directly with us at the moment. She's on secondment to Community Foundations of Canada. She was asked to lead a $400 million federal granting program. So she still is in Penticton. She still interfaces with us regularly, but she's a little busy with a few other things at the moment. So that's been very successful as well for her. So that's great. We get my team is starting to get cherry picked, and it's making me a little nervous. So, anyway, so that is the presentation, and hopefully it didn't take too long. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Do we have any questions? Director Holmes.
Yeah, first I'd like to note that there are 300 women in 100 Women in Care, and they've raised 150,000, and there are 155 men in 100 women, and they've raised 180,000.
Don't go there. Don't go there.
What conclusion did you draw from that? So, anyway.
100 men actually donate $100 per event, and the women donate 50. I don't know why it was set up that way. It's just the way it's set up.
Well, that explains it.
Yeah.
Thank you. I know a couple of years ago you had a initiative where if somebody donated to one of the community funds, then there was a matching grant to another any other fund of their choice. I thought that was excellent, and is that something? I'm not sure how that worked, who was matching that, but I thought that was really effective, and so you know. We'd be able to see more of those sort of things, and when somebody comes to you with a donation, you know, wanting to make a large donation, is that the idea of a matching grant thing might be something that'd be possible?
It's extremely effective. There's no doubt about that, and we're always looking for opportunities to do that. It is donor dependent, so the right person with the right amount of money and the right mindset has to come along in order to make that possible. Every once in a while, there's some other funding source that we can tag onto to leverage matching, but usually it's a donor-based thing, and it just depends on when those people come forward. So, but yeah, it's very effective, and it's a tool we've used effectively 2 or 3 times now, and there's no doubt that it works really well.
Thank you. Director Coyne?
I don't have a question. I just have a thank you to say. This is the first time I've seen you guys, I think, both together since the flood. And I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for answering the phone call when we called and asked you to help us and to administer the money for flood victims. And thank you. Nothing else I can say.
We're very happy to help. Yeah.
Thank you, Spencer. Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, great presentation. Thanks very much, Erin and Kim. I'm wondering if there's an update on, as I understand it, you've been working on changes that would allow for a more direct form of flow-through funding. And I'm wondering if you have an update on that.
Yeah, and if I had, I had anticipated, Director Taylor, you'd probably ask that question because we've had this conversation a few times. So for context for everyone else, in June, I think it was June of last year, the federal government passed a bill called Bill C-19, which changes the way that charities interface with the community in some key regards. So for community foundations, the main change is going to be that we will be, if we set ourselves up correctly, we will be in a position to be able to make grants directly to non-charities. Right now, the Income Tax Act and CRA guidelines do not allow us to grant directly to organizations or individuals who are not charities, unless it's a bursary, like educational. But so we often have to partner with municipalities and regional government to find ways to get money to important activities that are charitable activities, but being done by non-charities. So that's been a wrinkle, a challenge at times that we just have to navigate. Fortunately, we have excellent working relationships with all local governments that help us with that, and generally it's worked out. Sometimes it doesn't. So this new bill will be a welcome change for us. We do have to go through some steps to make it possible for us to do this. Primarily, we have to change our charitable purposes statement that's registered with CRA because the language needs to just be opened up a little bit. So we have submitted our draft changes to CRA and we're waiting for a response from them. When that's complete, we'll be up and running and ready to go with the flexibility to make grants of different types to different people. The key difference being it's not who we're granting to anymore, it's what we're granting for. So instead of saying, are you a charity? We can grant to a charity. We're saying, is this a charitable activity? Okay, we can grant to you. So that's going to be the key difference. It's going to make life a lot easier, especially in the smaller communities where we have fewer charities to work through on behalf of those communities. So yeah, it's coming. I'm a little bit, I don't have a lot of control over the pace, unfortunately.
Do you have a follow-up?
Yeah, just briefly, just to the board, I think this, notwithstanding the great work RDOS has done in being an intermediary, or other local governments have been as intermediaries, I do think this is going to be a useful additional tool, particularly for expenditures that aren't necessarily fire and flood related, but are still charitable function. Last point, there's about 8 of us that have flow-through funds and other forms of funds. The balances aren't huge. Maybe we need to look at a collaborative effort somewhere down the road to get more traction. I don't know, but I'll just throw that out there.
Thank you. Director Knodel?
My question was answered in the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions of the board? Oh, Director Federico? Close?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you. I just want to say thank you for the neighborhood small grants. It makes a huge difference for community development and provides opportunities for residents to contribute to their community. It's amazing to see what ideas people come up with and the great community building that they're facilitating. I've had the pleasure of being a part of it for the last 3-4 years or so. I had applied for grant funding, and then Kim asked me to be on the board, and it's I absolutely love it. It's wonderful, and I love seeing what residents are doing. So thank you for that.
And I'll echo that. I enjoy being on the selection committee as well. So it's exciting to see the great projects unfold. Any other questions? Well, I'd like to thank you for the presentation. Very informative, and it's always great to partner with you guys. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, everyone.
Alrighty, CAO. Sorry, should we move over to the delegation or to parks?
Do you have to leave early? Oh, you're at your discretion, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. We'll go to the agenda then. So move over to the Parks and Trail Facility Update. Thank you, CAO.
So just as we had a presentation on the recreation side of the Community Services Department 2 weeks ago, or 3 weeks ago, I guess, we now have parks, trails, and facilities. So Justin Shuttleworth has a slide deck that he's going to take you through and answer any questions you may have about the regional approach to parks, trails, and facilities.
Please proceed.
Thank you. So as introduced and on the current slide, my name is Justin Shuttleworth. I'm Parks and Facilities Manager here at the RDOS. Sorry, a little trigger happy. This morning I'll be presenting an overview of the Parks and Facilities function and then take a deeper dive into the Regional Parks and Trails program. There's quite a few slides, and I'll do my best to get through it quickly and allow for questions afterwards. This current slide shows an artistic rendering of the words used by the operations crew to describe their work and work priorities through a workshop we did last year. What I like about this slide is you'll continue to see these themes through our presentation. From a guiding document and framework perspective, Parks and Recreation are aligned, working to achieve the same outcomes. You would have seen these graphics in the recreation presentation a few weeks ago, but I felt they were valuable as a quick reminder of why we have parks and recreation in our communities. Working closely with our recreation team, the Parks and Facilities function maintains the amenities and meets the to meet the community's indoor and outdoor recreation needs. This graphic illustrates the relationship and function of each work unit. Simply put, recreation is people-focused, activating spaces, while parks and facilities is focused on maintaining the assets and amenities. When maintaining and improving public spaces, our goal is to provide the best user experience possible. In order to achieve this, we consider a variety of standards and best practices when maintaining our spaces. Do we have the right amenities? Do they meet the needs of the desired use? Are they safe, accessible, and clean are all key factors we consider when developing our work plans. Efficiency might seem a bit odd, but from an operational perspective, it's key. Our team needs to organize its daily work in a way that we are not mowing the grass or grooming the beaches during key times of use in the park. From an inventory perspective, we maintain, manage, and enhance numerous assets throughout the region. This slide shows at a quick glance the assets and amenities within the region which are maintained by the Parks and Facilities function. We've grouped them here in functional units of parks, trails, and facilities. These assets are maintained through a single operational program that is comprised of many RDOS service areas. With this model, we're able to leverage resources at a regional scale to deliver efficient services to meet the standard of care for public amenities. Through this approach, we've been able to increase our access to equipment, resources, and knowledge through a regional service delivery. Other benefits include greater resource depth, allowing us to have 7-day-a-week coverage while providing a consistent standard of care for the recreation assets in our region. When looking at the type of work our team does, we'll look at it from an operations and administrative perspective on a scale from primary service provider to support. When looking, our primary work is to maintain infrastructure that the public is often the direct user of as they enjoy their leisure time. From the day-to-day tasks of mowing lawns and keeping the washrooms clean to landscape installations, irrigation repairs, and cemetery interments, our team is required to understand and deliver services in any number of fields in a single day. There are many activities that occur in our primary service areas that we are not lead for and act in a support role. In the case of capital projects and recreation, we are the subject matter experts and support, but do not directly deliver that service. We also support third-party relationships. For example, libraries, museums provide those services for the communities, but our team plays a role to ensure those communities continue to operate in those facilities. With the skill set and task-specific resources of our function, we provide services such as snow removal and vegetation management at landfills and critical infrastructure facilities. I should note this is often reciprocal. For example, our beach water sampling and backflow prevention certification are completed by the Public Works Department. Behind the scenes, there's the administration side. We often engage directly with communities to guide our program. This varies from community to community, but is often facilitated through parks and recreation commissions, community associations, or other interest groups. Receiving public inquiries and providing customer service is routine in public service. This can happen in the field as our crew are completing their daily work, but more often than not results in calls and emails that come into our office. In the case of the cemetery, staff are required to provide timely and respectful customer service. Each call must be handled with the utmost of care and compassion, while often requiring multiple interactions, and includes meetings with administrative and field staff to work with families. As any RDOS department, we play a role in the corporate outcomes of the organization. Participation in a health and safety program and working through the annual business plan are core work for our organization. We have various forms of contracts and relationships to deliver services, secure funding, and acquire land. Administratively, these agreements need to be developed and maintained as we provide support and oversight. Oh, I'm sure it'll come back. As the 2023 budget process has just concluded, I'm sure most of you are aware of the depth of this process led by our finance department. Our function is responsible to manage 16 service area budgets throughout the year and present budgets to finance in the fall. We've already began the 2024 budget planning work with the Parks and Recreation Commissions. We also complete our own procurement processes for purchases and contracts, as well as participating in initiatives such as the Asset Management Program. Our RDOS Parks and Facilities team is comprised of 9 staff in total at the height of the season. These resources are based in Penticton, Okanagan Falls, and the Similkameen in order to provide service over our large geographical area. We also have a variety of contract relationships to support maintenance. This includes beach grooming, janitorial, trades, and heavy equipment operation. Wherever possible, we strive to establish and maintain partnerships within the communities and collaborate with our counterparts at other government agencies to complete our work. Given the nature of our work, we put a great deal of effort to plan our annual workflow. At the peak of our park seasons through July and August, we are fully resourced and focused on day-to-day maintenance and the issues as they arise. In the shoulder seasons, spring and fall, we are either ramping up to or ramping down from summer. There's still a focus on daily maintenance, but there's greater time available for projects, preventative maintenance, and preparing for the next season. Through the winter, we remain quite busy as our staff resourcing is reduced. We continue to maintain year-round use amenities such as washrooms, paths, and waste receptacles. Over this season, our focus is our corporate facilities work, catching up on administration, and planning for the spring. Our team. Thanks to the hard work from these individuals, we strive to deliver the program outcomes each year. Given the nature of our region, it is very challenging for us all to get together in person. In the top right is what I believe to be the only photo of the entire crew together from a team building day last year when we tackled the trail project. From left to right, Tresley, Lewis, Andrew, Otto, Peter, Keith, Daniel, and Monica. If you happen to run into them in our parks or trails, please feel free to say hi. I'm going to switch gears here, but I'm going to have a quick drink. Now that we've taken a look at the program as a whole, I'd like to spend some time talking specifically about the Regional Parks and Trails program. The Regional Parks and Trail program is the anchor of our function. It is our single largest service area for parks and trails, intended to benefit the region as a whole from an outdoor recreation perspective. It is truly a regional program with all constituents contributing based on assessment of land and improvements. The 2004 Regional Parks and Trails Service Establishment Bylaw states the service is for the acquisition, development, operation, and maintenance of regional parks and trails. The program in its current form is a land-based program that focuses on managing the core requirements to manage the land at a minimum standard. With trails, there is a larger acquisition component as we work to acquire linear parcels to connect the communities of the region with a primarily off-highway recreational trail. As we work through the next group of slides, we will look at the program as it relates to regional park spaces and then trails. When looking at the regional park assets, they fall into 2 categories. High-use recreational parks, often found in higher population areas. The maintenance and improvements in these parks is provided through local service areas. For example, Lions Park is maintained through Okanagan Falls Parks and Recreation, while Manitou Park is funded through Naramata Parks and Recreation. We also have remote natural area parks that have limited or no access. These locations require very limited maintenance and are more in line with the recommended parks classification for regional parks. Examples of these parks are McIntyre Bluff in Area C and Cowpad Park in Area H. When looking at a map, you can see we're very fortunate in the RDOS as the former rail corridors lend itself well to connect much of the region with a recreational trail network. This network presents the opportunity to enhance recreation, active transportation, and tourism in our region. The abandoned railway network has a total potential length of 347 kilometers. The RDOS currently manages and maintains 220 kilometers of the trail, plus an additional 17 kilometers of marked road routes. When looking at the regional trail network, there are 3 different sections. The KVR main line, Chute Lake through Tulameen to our northern boundary. This is also the Trans-Canada Trail route and our longest continuous section of trail from Summerland to Brookmere. We maintain this section of the trail in partnership with Rec Sites and Trails BC, who is the land manager on behalf of the province and owns the asset. A couple of items of note that we're working on in this section. As many are aware, 50 kilometers of this section from Penticton to the Coquihalla Highway was significantly damaged in the flooding events in the fall of 2021. Much work is ongoing to assess the feasibility and options to reconnect these communities with the trail. We're also currently working with a local advocacy group to reopen Adra Tunnel. This 180-degree tunnel above Naramata has been closed for over a decade and would be a great feature to have open for the public again. KVR South Spur from Penticton to Esuias. Despite being one of the highest desired trails to connect in the region, this segment has significant gaps. The current sections of the trail are made up of licenses and permits from multiple provincial agencies. We also have alternative routes from the KVR found on roadways and the Okanagan River Channel. The Vasa Lake connection is the centerpiece of this linkage. With amazing landscapes and location, this area boasts some of the region's most unique habitat. Consultation and collaboration with Indigenous partners, conservation groups, and the agriculture industry are all required in order to connect the South Spur of the KVR. The Similkameen Trail. The Similkameen Trail was also known as the Burlington Northern or Vancouver Victoria Eastern Railways. This former rail corridor trail section could potentially connect Headley with Karameas and Coston through to the Nighthawk border. After many years of negotiations and successful grant application, we were able to see some progress in Coston last year with a trail surfacing project and a bridge installation. We continue to facilitate the negotiation for a land swap between the province and a landowner that will ultimately allow the trail to connect between Karameas and Coston. Over the last 15 years, there have been some significant milestones achieved as the Regional Trails Program has evolved. In 2010, the RDOS signed a partnership agreement with Rec Sites and Trails BC to manage the KVR mainline. This partnership remains in place today and was the starting point for the RDOS Trails Maintenance Program. The Regional Trails Master Plan was completed in 2011, which set objectives for a 10-year period in a comprehensive document. Subsequent to the Trails Master Plan, the board endorsed the Regional Trails Implementation Plan in 2012, which focused on 3 strategies to work towards achieving those goals. They were acquisition, maintenance, and improvement. As we continue to work to connect the trail system in our region, acquisition and management is core to our program and where much time and effort is invested from an administrative perspective. Potential trail sections often have competing interests such as agriculture and environment. In many cases, former rail corridors are not available and alternative routes need to be considered. Acquisition of trail parcels can take many forms to connect the dots. There is no single approach to obtain tenure and can take many years of consultation and negotiations to complete. We also work with the communities and user-specific groups who advocate for trail connections or support maintenance and improvement. Once the RDOS has formally acquired a trail, we will maintain it. As was the case for regional parks, trail maintenance has a land-based focus to maintain the trail infrastructure and edge conditions of the trail to allow for continued use and connection of the trail. We target a couple purposeful passes a year through each trail section and respond to issues as they arise. Work that occurs during these regular passes are danger tree assessments and removal, brushing and clearing, infrastructure and drainage assessments, signage installations and maintenance, vegetation management, and comfort amenity maintenance. Given the regional service levels, communities may desire enhanced comfort amenities or increased maintenance. As is the case in Naramata, these services are funded locally to complement the existing service levels of the regional program. Improvement and capital projects are the final and most impactful part of the program. When we acquire trails on abandoned railways, they are often rustic and have not had the benefit of regular maintenance or improvement. Depending on the section of trail, infrastructure such as bridges are required to physically connect the trail, and enhancements such as improved surfacing or comfort amenities are desired to enhance the user experience. What we heard through the recently completed game plan for Parks and Recreation is that trails and park spaces are valued assets throughout the region. Connect, enhance, and activate were all themes that we heard. The 10-year action plan for Parks, Trails, and Recreation is an extensive foundational document. Over the course of the year, Parks and Recreation staff will look to implement specific items of the plan in future years' business plans. For 2023, the Parks and Facilities Work Plan will be focused on a few objectives. Work is ongoing to create a standard baseline for metrics and parks and facilities maintenance. Once complete, this information will be used to inform operational budgets, forecast costs to maintain new assets, and clarify maintenance expectations for parks and trails in the region. As water restrictions continue to increase, how, where, and when parks are irrigated will need to adjust. This has already begun to impact our existing spaces as our systems and parks were not designed with the current irrigation restrictions in mind. We will also actively participate in the asset management onboarding through finance this year, and trail acquisition is always an active project for us and very opportunity-based. Lastly, I will close with a couple of images that shows what it's like to go for a bike ride when your dad is the parks and trails guy for the regional district.
Thank you, Justin. That was a great presentation. Any questions, board? Director Coyne.
Oh, you can go first. You can go first. I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Director Coyne. Yeah, I just had a question I asked earlier. And thanks for the presentation. Really great. It's so exciting. I love it. I love these trails and parks. But I just want to make sure that since Penticton residents are investing so much in the trails budget, I was hoping that RDOS has started working on trails within Penticton city limits, as we discussed during the budget.
Mr. Shuttleworth?
Yeah, that's certainly something that can be looked at. Our current program, with the current resources we have, wouldn't do any work in Penticton. But if there was a way we could support work in Penticton, that could be looked at through an upcoming budget process. We do have arrangements, for example, Summerland. We do our minimum service there, so we go through our minimum passes twice a year to do that.
Thank you. Looks like a follow-up.
Follow-up. Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Through the Chair. I think that we agreed during the budget process that RDOS would start doing some discussions and some maintenance on Penticton trails, just because we're investing so much in the program. CAO might have some input on that.
CAO?
We agreed that we'd talk to the Penticton administration about what their expectations might be for a partnership with the regional district. So once budgets are set, as Mr. Shuttleworth mentioned, we have 227 kilometers of trail that we do a two passes on. The standards for trail maintenance in Penticton are much higher. So we can certainly look at that for future years. And I have spoken with the Penticton CAO about that, but that again would be a budget discussion for 2024.
Yeah, I know that we did approve some more money into the budget process, and we talked about making sure that at least a little bit was done within city limits. And so, and I have talked to our CAO, so if discussions could continue, that would be great, so that we would be supportive of continuing to invest the amount we have been.
Thank you. Director Coyne.
Yeah, do we have an estimated, I know this is a hard one, do you have an estimated cost on what it's going to cost to repair the Princeton to Otter Valley section? I know it's a hot topic in our neck of the woods, and I just kind of want to hear it from somebody else that this is like, you know, tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. Because I think residents are having a hard time comprehending the actual scale of the loss of the trail up there.
Mr. Shuttleworth?
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to properly articulate a number. It is significant. Rec sites and trails I did talk to earlier in the week. They continue to work and narrow down that number. So they actually are going to those sites. The last passes were a helicopter or drone footage that they've been making some very coarse estimates on. We hope to hear back through them in the fall, and they told us we'd be involved through that decision process as it moves up through the province as well.
But the initial assessment was 100 million.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Ouch.
Yeah.
Just
Okay.
they're like, people have to understand the trail for the most part between Princeton and Comont is gone. Between Comont and Tulameen, there's large sections of it gone, and then upriver or up lake, I guess, upstream from there, it's, you know, washed out in multiple areas. We're talking the bridge right outside of Princeton, possibly the bridge over by White Sands, depending on whatever the engineers come back with that. How do you replace stuff there's just a rock ledge there now, right? So, yeah, when you guys find out more, could you loop that back to the town staff so that we understand as well? Because I don't know if everybody kind of understands that it's not in Princeton. We try to redirect them back to you guys, but they come to my doorstep.
You're still on mute. Director Roberts?
Thank you through the chair. I would like to again congratulate you on all the work, and again looking forward to, as Director Coyne said, there's a lot of things, infrastructure and stuff that we're looking forward to in the future, and challenges. Right now, I'd like to just, accolades in regards to the bridge and the access being built towards Coston. And I'm wondering whether or not, we have a timeline. I know we've been dealing in regards to discussions with property owners. And again, we're chomping at the bit to see the VVE all the way through to Red Bridge and different things that we've got access there. And excited to, see where we're at. So if any update in regards to timelines around dealing with the last property owner.
Mr. Shuttleworth?
Nothing new. Again, we're not a direct participant in that. We've got the parties together, so the province and those landowners. We support them whenever possible. The one exchange is certainly a land swap, requiring extensive work and consultation to complete with that landowner and the province.
Thank you. I also want to comment, my area definitely appreciates the service that you provide. My parks are immaculate, so very pleased with the garbage removal, the maintenance, the community hall, things are really well taken care of. So definitely appreciate the service you provide. Any other questions from the board? Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. Just a couple of things. One, if I could comment on Director Conance's question. So the KVR, the portion of the KVR through Summerland, as Mark mentioned, the RDOS does do 2 passes a year through that. But the reality is it's a very heavily used trail with our residences, and we have to continue maintaining it ourselves with our municipal crews. And so if you're thinking in terms of saving the money for the city, it's probably not going to happen. I just want to ask a question regarding the regional trail map. It showed the connection there between Summerland and Penticton, though we know that in reality that's not. There's no connection there. So I'm just wondering: is there discussions with the PIB? Is that something that's still part of the plan, or where are we? I guess where are we at with that? Thanks.
Mr. Shuttleworth?
No recent discussions on that. That land still remains with Penticton Indian Band. It's shown on the map because it's the former rail corridor network. So we're just highlighting the potential of that trail in that map graphic we showed.
Thank you. Any other further comments? Director Conance?
Thank you, Chair. I think I should probably explain with Director Holmes mentioning through the chair that I'm not trying to necessarily save Penticton money. We are investing quite a bit in the trails, and we are part of the KVR trail. And I think that our citizens believe that, the RDOS should at least pass through once or twice or something, just out of courtesy. And if we're going to continue to, for example, increase the budget as we agreed to do in the last budget. So I'm really appreciative of what the trail system is and how we're connected to it and how we should all be pitching in. But I just think out of courtesy to our taxpayers that you should make one sweep through as you do in Summerland. So thank you so much.
Yep, CAO?
So just a couple of things on that. Yes, we'd like to do a better job on the whole trail network. But I can tell you that there are other issues with regards to just doing work in a municipality. I'm not sure that the QP employees employed by the city would like BCGU employees doing their contract work. There's other issues that we have to address before we can just say, yes, we will enter into a municipality. So that's what we're working on.
Thank you so much for that. And I did speak with our CAO about that, and he said that that should be manageable. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. It sounds like it'll be work in progress. Director Miller.
Thank you for the presentation, sir. The Kelowna Courier has been regularly running features on a status called the Trails of the Okanagan Society, and their ultimate dream, I guess, is to go from one end of the valley to the other. They now have, I guess, a PIB representative. Tim Lazard is, I guess, actively involved with them. But is this realistic, but not in our lifetime?
I don't know if staff can answer that, but we'll see. Mr. Shuttleworth?
We'll keep chipping away at it. That's our goal, and we're opportunity based, and we'll jump on whatever we can as we go forward.
Have you had any conversations with the North Okanagan or the Central Okanagan?
Mr. Shuttleworth?
No.
All right, thank you. And no further questions. Thank you for your presentation. And we will move on to item D, which is a delegation from BC Transit. CAO, please.
Thanks, Madam Chair. And we do have Chelsea Mossy here. So this will be the 2022 report, I understand. Typically, BC Transit will come and give us our statistics as to how our routes are doing. And I would assume at some later date, we'll get an update on the Transit Future Plan and some of the larger perspectives that we'll do. But this one is really focused on current status of our systems.
All right. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Directors. My name is Chelsea Mossy. I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations with BC Transit for the Okanagan region. Today, I have a number of slides to run through. I'm going to start with a BC Transit overview. That's an overview of how BC Transit operates and how transit's funded. I know some of you may be familiar with these slides, so if you've seen them before, please bear with me and maybe you'll catch something new. I'm also going to go over transit system or transit service performance for those services funded by the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. I'm going to go over some of the major initiatives that BC Transit has underway, namely our electronic fare collection system, which is branded as UMO, as well as our low carbon fleet program. I'll then briefly touch on our South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit Future Action Plan. However, as mentioned, we will be coming back to the board next month to go into more depth on that plan and also to seek endorsement. And through that, I'll just speak to the proposed expansions we currently have within our own planning process. So to start, who is BC Transit? We are the provincial authority that's responsible for providing transit throughout the province of British Columbia, outside of Metro Vancouver, where transit is provided by TransLink. In the 22-23 fiscal year, we delivered more than 42 million rides, serving 130 communities and 88 transit systems. We work in partnership with 58 local government partners. Of course, in this case, that's the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. And to deliver transit service, we work with 18 private management companies, 5 public organizations, and 14 nonprofits. This is just a quick visual depiction of our BC Transit partnership model. So on the one side of things, we work with the provincial government, who's ultimately responsible for setting public policy objectives for transit. And they also contribute approximately half of the funding for our transit service. BC Transit's there in the middle, who's responsible for delivering, putting transit service on the road, and working with our local government partners on transit supportive infrastructure. It's our 58 local government partners that are responsible for setting the local priorities for transit service, as well as the areas served in the routes and the fares. BC Transit holds the contract with our contracted operating companies for those services funded by the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. Our local operating company here in Penticton is Barry & Smith. This slide just goes into a bit more depth on the roles and responsibilities of each partner under the BC Transit partnership model. So BC Transit is responsible for allocating provincial funding throughout our transit systems. We're responsible for planning our transit systems in partnership with our local government partners to achieve both local and provincial objectives. We arrange for the operation of transit system by contract, and it is BC Transit that procures and owns the fleet, which we then lease back to our local government partners. BC Transit's responsible for other professional services that are required for transit service, such as marketing and communications, finance and accounting, safety and training, and so forth. Our local government partners are ultimately responsible for setting the local funding for their transit service, and the amount of local funding in turn sets the service levels, how much transit service is on the road. Our local government partners are responsible for setting routes, setting their fare structure for the transit system, and managing the sale of fare products. And our local government partners are also responsible for establishing and maintaining bus stops, bus shelters, and bus stop amenities. Our local operating company, as I mentioned here, it's Barry & Smith, is responsible for putting transit service on the road on a day-to-day basis. They're responsible for managing their own labor relations, for collecting fare revenues on behalf of our local government partners, and for providing any of the day-to-day customer service that goes along with transit service, such as providing information to customers as well as lost and found. This slide here shows our legislated funding formula for transit service, which comes to us from the BC Transit Act. So for conventional fixed route transit, the local government share is 53.31% of costs, while the provincial share is 46.69% of costs. And for custom transit or handy dart service, which is that transit service for people that have a disability that prevent them from using conventional fixed route transit, the local government share is 33.31% and the provincial share is 66.69%. Here in the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit System, handy dart is available in the city of Penticton. It's important to note that it is our local government partners that retain 100% of the revenues from transit service. That's both passenger revenues as well as advertising revenues, and those go back to our local government partners. So this slide shows the impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic on ridership across the province. So this is ridership across all of the transit systems that BC Transit serves. So as you'll see here, this graph shows ridership levels over the last 4 years, and it also shows the start of the 2023 calendar year, which you can see there in yellow. 2019 is the top line that represents our pre-pandemic ridership. And as you can see, the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in spring 2020, which is shown in that maroon color there, had immediate negative and lingering impacts on transit ridership. Since that time, we've seen ridership continually recover each year, and across BC, we're now seeing provincial ridership levels at more than 90% of where they were prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. So getting into more specifics on your transit system, we work with 4 local government partners in the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit System. That's the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, the City of Penticton, the District of Summerland, and the Town of Princeton. And each local government is responsible for planning and funding the routes or services in their areas. And each respective local government partner also collects all fare revenues from the routes and services they fund. Through the collaboration of the 4 local governments in the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit System, it is seen as one regional transit system to the rider with one single rider's guide and one fare structure. And on board this one transit system, you can travel all the way from Osoyoos to Kelowna or Osoyoos to Princeton. This slide here shows the transit services and routes that are funded by the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. As the RDOS funds these services, you also hold the decision-making power for these routes with regards to things like service levels. These transit services are the Okanagan-Similkameen Paratransit Service, which consists of the Route 10 Naramata-Penticton, the Route 11 West Bench, the Route 20 Okanagan Falls-Penticton, and the Route 21 Okanagan Falls Local. The Osoyoos Paratransit Service consists of the Route 40 Osoyoos-Penticton and the Route 41 Osoyoos Local, and the South Okanagan Connector is the Route 70 Kelowna-Penticton. Getting into some transit system performance information. This slide shows 2019-20 to 22-23 ridership data on the Route 40 Osoyoos-Penticton and the Route 41 Osoyoos Local. As you can see, ridership on these routes are pretty much back to pre-pandemic levels, and we expect ridership to continue to increase this 23-24 fiscal year as we continue to enhance the experience for our riders through things such as our electronic fare collection system, which I'll speak to later on, as well as the somewhat recent introduction of NextRide, which is our automated vehicle location tracking technology, which allows customers to plan their trip in real time. This slide here shows some key performance indicators for Osoyoos Paratransit. As you'll note, we currently only have these key performance indicators available for the 21-22 fiscal year. And of course, the 22-23 fiscal year has just closed. We just don't have that data available quite yet. With that fiscal year just ending, we will soon have this more recent data available, and I'd be happy to come back and present on that when it is available. For now, in the 21-22 fiscal year, we continued to see ridership recover and passenger per service hour increase from 1.70 to 2.79. Again, I can confidently say this number continued to increase in 22-23. Operating cost per passenger decreased to $39.04, and operating cost recovery decreased just slightly to 9.62%, which could reflect something like more people moving to discounted fare products and away from things like cash. So this slide here shows ridership on the Okanagan-Similkameen paratransit service, albeit more slowly than the other services. We are seeing ridership increase on these routes post-pandemic. And I'll also note here that the Route 11 West Bench was introduced in January 2022 within this service. Here again are those same key performance indicators for the routes 10, 11, 20, and 21. Passengers per hour increased modestly from 2.69 to 2.77. Operating cost per passenger increased slightly to 35.51, and operating cost recovery decreased from 4.93% to 2.94%. These increases in costs reflect the fact that the Route 11 West Bench was added to the service in the 21-22 fiscal year, and as this route is still in its infancy, we generally expect routes to take about 3 years to reach their full maturity, so we expect to see these key performance indicators continue to improve and ridership on the Route 11 West Bench in particular to continue to increase. This slide here shows the trend of continuously increasing ridership on the Route 70 Kelowna-Penticton. As I said in the last slide, we generally expect a new route to take about 3 years to reach its maturity, and of course, we introduced this route in very atypical times. But despite all this, this route continues to perform very well and ridership continues to increase. One thing that we heard clearly through the Transit Future Action Plan process, which I'll speak more to later, is that we need to do more marketing of this route to ensure people know that there's bus service that connects Penticton to Kelowna via Summerland. So that's something that we'll be working on with staff this fiscal year. So ridership continued to increase on the Route 70 Kelowna-Penticton in the 21-22 fiscal year. Passengers per hour increased to 4.09. Operating cost per passenger decreased from $40.72 to $31.03. And operating cost recovery increased to 15.49%. And I'll now go over some of those major initiatives that we have underway at BC Transit. BC Transit is very excited to roll out new electronic fare technology that will replace end-of-life technology and equipment, and it will introduce contactless tap payment methods that will make it easier and quicker for our riders to hop on board the bus. New payment methods will include a mobile app, debit card and credit card payments, mobile wallet, and a reloadable smart card, providing riders with the ability to pick the best payment method for their lifestyle and travel habits. It's important to note that cash will continue to be accepted. Currently, although dates are still subject to change, we're planning to roll out this technology in the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit System in fall or late winter of this year, and it will be implemented in 2 phases, initially enabling mobile app and reloadable smart card payments before payment by credit card, debit card, and mobile wallets will be enabled. It's important to note that some challenges exist with the South Okanagan-Similkameen's current fare structure, particularly the existence of both a local fare of $2.25 and a regional fare of $4, and the top-up fare that's required from going from a local to a regional service. Due to this, a fare change will be required prior to the implementation, and as decisions regarding fares are the jurisdiction of the local governments, we'll be coming back to you with more information, including options and a recommendation later this year. Moving on to our low carbon fleet program. Our low carbon fleet program was approved in 2019 to support provincial targets for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. As you can see there, BC Transit has committed to transition to a fully electric fleet by 2040. To give you an idea of the scope of this project, this slide here is a visual depiction of our provincial fleet of 1,123 buses. Your buses here in the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit System fall into the heavy-duty, medium-duty, and light-duty bus categories, with light-duty buses operating the Okanagan-Similkameen Paratransit Service, medium-duty buses operating the Osoyoos Paratransit Service, and heavy-duty buses operating the South Okanagan Connector or Route 70 service. As of this year, BC Transit will be starting to roll out our first deployment of battery electric buses in the Victoria Regional Transit System. So we're planning to start transitioning vehicles to electric propulsion based on the fleet replacement plan and market availability for buses. Last year, BC Transit awarded the contract to build and deliver these first 10 heavy-duty battery electric buses to Proterra. This non-exclusive contract will additionally enable BC Transit to purchase additional buses, chargers, and supporting services from Proterra, with a potential 500 heavy-duty buses expected to be replaced over the next 10 years. Our low-carbon fleet team has now completed an analysis for all heavy-duty bus locations for battery electric buses, and in some cases, we'll also be looking at other charging options, such as layover charging for some communities. Finally, an update on the minor betterments work that we have been looking at for the South Okanagan-Similkameen transit system, and particularly for the Gallagher Lake area. Discussions are underway between the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, your local MOTI Highways Department, the MOTI Transit Branch in Victoria, and BC Transit, looking at installing bus stops on either side of the highway at Gallagher Lake. The need for these stops was identified in the 2015 Transit Future Plan, and we're very supportive of this project and happy to be involved in conversations to move this project forward. Through MOTI funding, funding for these types of projects is available through the Minor Betterments Program, which has a cap of $100,000 per year. So this project may have to be done over multiple years due to this funding cap. BC Transit and RDOS have identified a preferable stop location for this bus stop pair, and we're currently awaiting an MOTI engineering review of this proposed location. BC Transit and our local government partners have completed the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit Future Action Plan. This plan outlines transit service and infrastructure proposals for over the next 5 to 7 years for the transit system. And this plan is the result of public engagement, as well as work with our local government partners to ensure that the priorities in the plan align with our local government partners' strategic plans, such as official community plans. The final TFAP calls for approximately 14,000 service hours and at least 4 more buses. And the final stage in this plan is to obtain endorsement for it from our local government partners. Next month, our senior transit planner, Aaron Sparks, will be presenting this plan for you, focusing in on the areas of the transit system that are funded by the RDOS. And at that time, we'll be looking for your endorsement. Currently, these are the 2 expansion priorities that we have within our expansion planning process for the services that are funded by the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen. The first is a further expansion of the Route 70 Kelowna-Penticton, introducing service on Saturdays and expanding evening service on this route. And this is tentatively planned for the 24-25 fiscal year. The other expansion is the introduction of local service within Oliver and Soyuz, which would connect to the existing Route 40 as well as local destinations. Both of these expansion priorities will come back to the board along with costing associated for each. At that time, the board will have the option to approve them or defer them to a later fiscal year. If the board does approve these for the 24-25 fiscal year, they remain subject to provincial funding availability, which we will learn about next February on Budget Day. I'll also mention that these proposed expansion initiatives, along with many others, will be presented next month when we come back to present the Transit Future Action Plan. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Director Coyne?
I've got a couple questions, if that's okay. So Route 50, the Princeton-Penticton route, where are we at in discussions about turning that into a regional route instead of a municipal route? I'll use that as my first part of this question.
Through the chair, I should have included a slide on that because I could have anticipated you would ask that question. We were hopeful that we would receive provincial funding for expansions this year, and we'd be able to coordinate the implementation of an expansion with the shift of moving the Route 50 from an AOA with an annual operating agreement with the town of Princeton to an annual operating agreement with the Regional District of Okanagan-Similkameen, since we've learned that there is no provincial funding for expansions this current fiscal year. We will be working to begin that process for the 3-year budgets that will be provided to your staff this summer. So that's the first time that you'll start to see those costs split out, and that will be completed in time for the 24-25 annual operating agreement.
Okay, and then would that be the same time we would be looking at a municipal increased service in our municipality as well?
Again, through the chair, I'll be coming to the town of Princeton. I just looking to arrange a date with your CAO to do a very similar presentation and also discuss the expansions specific to the town of Princeton. We'll be looking to plan expansions for the 24-25 fiscal year, and we'll be bringing a memorandum of understanding. So it would likely be later in the fiscal year, not right at the start of the fiscal year, that we would be implementing an expansion. If you thought it made sense to delay the transition of the Route 50 to an AOA with the RDOS and time it with that expansion. Expansions are often implemented in September, so we would then be looking to September 2024 to complete that transfer.
Okay, and then one last question. The route, is it Kelowna 70, is it? Do we know how much of the ridership is coming from the Similkameen at this point? Because that was one of our concerns, as we're paying into a service that we couldn't connect onto. Thank you.
Through the chair, we don't have excellent data on how many people are getting off the Route 50 and then getting on to the Route 70. It's something I can certainly ask the operating company for anecdotal information on, and potentially when we introduce UMO, we'll be able to get better data on that.
Thank you. Director Miller.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question and then kind of an overall comment that's unrelated to that. But this week, it may even be today, I believe, is the 5-year anniversary of the Humboldt bus crash. Does BC Transit's fleet of buses include seat belts? And if not, why not?
Through the chair, no, BC Transit's fleet of buses does not include seatbelts. That hasn't been a requirement to this point, but it is something that I can check in with our safety team and get back to you on.
Would that be federally mandated if?
That is a passenger transportation board issue, yes.
Okay, thank you. And I don't want to be critical, but you had said in your presentation that you're responsible for, I guess, marketing and communications. And in terms of, it's great to see the ridership up between Kelowna and Penticton. I worked in Kelowna for a couple of years. Never heard anything about it. I was aware that it was there, but because it wasn't really in my face, I never thought of using that service. And I remember Summerland launched their service to Penticton. I'm not sure what year Mayor Perino was the mayor, and she had a kickoff, and Councillor Waterman jumped into the photo, but I remember. But they did take us, media people and elected officials for a ride to Penticton, and they received lots of attention, and nothing gets media people out first thing in the morning more than free food. And have you thought of something like that, or the first week free, or something to promote the service? I was at a event at the college earlier this week and had a conversation with a prominent Summerland resident, a famed environmentalist, and just through coincidence, he had said the same thing, that maybe the service isn't promoted, because he said it's good service, but we don't really hear much about it. And would you consider things like that rather than out and out expensive television or print advertising?
Through the chair, yeah, BC Transit operates a shared services model, so we have our team of marketing coordinators back in Victoria who work very closely with local government staff, and we really lean heavily on local government staff because they bring the local expertise on what marketing and communications efforts work best within their community. So I think those are all excellent suggestions, and we'll work closely with the RDOS staff to further promote that service this year.
Yes, because I think there's all kinds of, for lack of a better word, free services, but if you involve your partners in the media or whatever, that kind of thing can be golden.
Thank you. We have quite a list. We're going to move forward. Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. And similarly, following up from Director Coyne, of course, being from the Similkameen, I've got a question around your planning process moving forward. Asking whether or not you collaborate with other ministries. Like, for instance, we've seen an increase of BC housing in the village of Karamias, which increases, a particular demographic in regards to a need. And between healthcare, access to resources and things, we see increase in population, but not necessarily that much of an increase in taxation because of how these are funded. Do you have those kinds of discussions with other levels of government in regards to future planning? We know that we're going to have a particular demographic. We see an increase in housing and need, but we don't necessarily see the same increase per capita in taxation. Thank you.
Did you have a comment or?
Through the chair, could you just repeat? I just want to make sure I'm understanding your question correctly. Do we work with, for example, the provincial government on increases in housing in certain communities, that type of thing?
Yes, through the chair. It's in regards to these type of provincial programming. So you have a ministry like BC Housing that's increased the population in a small village that has a real disconnect in regards to transportation and has now further needs, but because it's through a ministry and through BC Housing, it's not apples versus apples in regards to taxation. So you don't necessarily see the increase in taxation to support, let's say, that would be equal in regards to a growth in a larger municipality. But we definitely see an incredible increase in demographic needs for transit. Thank you.
Through the chair, so we certainly, our transit planners work closely with our local government partners to understand the changes that are coming to their communities, such as those types of projects. However, I'm not aware of any case in which the legislated funding formula would change, such as like the provincial government providing more funding or anything. It's generally just the legislated funding formula, if that answers your question.
Thank you to the chair. Yeah, it's something we definitely need to look at because again, we see a lot of pressure in socioeconomics that are a lot less in smaller communities that are being increased because people can't afford to live in the bigger centers. But of course, as you know, it's a difficult ability to get transit to them. And so that's other levels of government we need to discuss with, but we need to do it in conjunction with BC Transit.
Thank you. Director Holmes?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, Chelsea. Sorry you have to deal with me twice in the same week.
Not a problem.
So you mentioned that for advertising on buses, I presume you meant that that we get all the revenue for that. Is that correct?
Through the chair, yes, you would get the revenue for that if your buses had advertising. However, the majority of our smaller light-duty buses do not have advertising on the side. So our contract with Lamar is primarily for the full-size heavy-duty buses, which, for example, are not operated in the District of Summerland.
Oh, I'm not thinking of Summerland, but I'm thinking regionally.
Yeah, so the for example, something like the Route 70 buses, any Lamar advertising on the side of those buses would go back to our local government partners.
Right. So I guess more of a question for staff then is what do we do to attract advertising on that Route 70 bus? That's a big billboard going up and down the highway every day, and I know. Penticton seems to do a lot of advertising. Maybe we could work with them to get advertising on that bus. No?
Thank you. CAO?
Sure, we'll look into that.
Thank you. We'll move on to Director Taylor, please.
Yeah, just appreciate the challenges of matching size to ridership, and maybe size of bus doesn't necessarily impact cost of bus. I don't know, but I do know we get concerns raised by large buses with minimal ridership, and that's not to say we don't hope that in time those buses get filled, but it does lead to questions, sometimes leads to criticism. So I just pass that on. And a second one would be, is there any way of scheduling an time-effective airport bus from around the region into Kelowna, because whenever I've looked at it, it's a lengthy process. And yet I think it could be beneficial. So, thank you.
Through the chair, I'll just quickly address the size of bus question. That's an excellent one, and it comes up very frequently. So there is a bit of a difference. We charge our local government partners lease fees for the different size buses. So the lease fee is a bit higher for the larger size buses. However, the majority of the cost comes from the labor and the maintenance, not specific to the exact lease fee. We also just encourage our local government partners to, when they hear those types of comments, we can consider where on the route you're seeing that bus or the time of day. It could be that that bus just dropped off a whole load of students at a school and it is now empty right after, or it could just be a time of day in which the ridership is much lower. And of course, we have to put the size of bus out on the road that accommodates the busiest time of days. It can't go back and forth. And for our the lower ridership times of day, we start operating a smaller bus, and then when it's our peak times, put a larger bus back out on the road. It just makes sense to keep out the largest size bus necessary for the entirety of the day. And then with regards to airport service, I just want to clarify, are you talking about the Penticton Airport or the Kelowna Airport, just since you mentioned Kelowna?
I think everyone at the table knows I'm a strong supporter of the Penticton Airport, but in this case, I was talking about, well, I mean, we could look at both. I just think airport service by public transit is something that could and should always be.
Through the chair. Okay, I understand. So you're looking for airport service that would then connect onto the 70 to take people to Kelowna. Understood. I think that's an excellent question. I'm going to defer you to my colleague who's coming next month, who is the transit planner for the South Okanagan-Similkameen Transit System, and they'll be able to answer that question better. However, I will just say that, the areas served and the service levels are set by our local government partner. So if that's something that you would like to see, it's certainly something that we can look into. Transit service to and from airports can be challenging because it is not... there are delays that are frequent with airline service. And so it's very difficult to try to time bus service with the arrival and departures of airline times just because of those inconsistencies. But it's certainly something we can look at.
Thank you. Director Conant?
Yes, I just had a quick question. I don't want to put you on the spot and if you don't know the answer, but through the chair, how long does it take? How long is the ride from Penticton to Kelowna?
Through the chair, I don't know. I would want to look at the schedule. I will say that we have tried to make that an express service. So really in favor of people that are using it for commuting purposes from Penticton and Summerland, those areas into Kelowna. But I will get back to you with the exact timing.
If you could also, through the chair, if you could let us know how long it takes to get from Penticton to UBC, which is with the connection. I know at one point, because I was going to UBC a few years ago, and I know that it was taking at least 3 hours to get from Peachland to UBC because with connections. So I'm hoping and there's absolutely no park and ride or anything on this side or that side of the bridge. So yeah, we have a lot of students that go to UBC, and that would be a fantastic service for them. But timing is obviously very important. I know there's at least 7 buses that go from Vernon to UBCO that are full. And so if you could let us know that would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Coyne.
Yeah, something I forgot about. The fare difference between, I guess, Route 70 and the Kelowna, it goes right into Kelowna, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you said there's a fare difference. Is it pretty vast or?
Through the chair, the fare difference that I was speaking to, that the Route 70 Kelowna Penticton has its own fare structure, and so it's a $5 cash fare between Kelowna and Penticton, or Penticton to Kelowna. The fare difference that I was speaking to with regards to the challenges and UMO is the fact that it's a $2.25 cash fare on local routes within Penticton, including the Route 11 West Bench, and it's a $4 regional fare on all of the routes that are the routes ending in 0. So the 40, the 50, the 30, the 20, all of those are a $4 fare. And so if someone's transferring from a local Penticton route to one of those regional routes, they have to pay a top-up fare from the $2.25 to the $4. And that's just posing some challenges as we look to implement UMO.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Director Bloomfield?
Thank you. Just a comment, really, if we're looking at self-promotion on these bus routes, probably the best self-promotion you could do is advertising the fare rate on the back of the bus, because if people are driving up to Kelowna and they see that fare on the back, a $5 fare on the back of the bus, they might be thinking about how they're going to travel to Kelowna next time.
Thank you. That's a great idea. I just want to share something from my area. So the residents of Apex are paying for bus service, and they have no access to bus service up there. And when we had our financial meeting up there with our finance manager, that came up, and pretty loud and clear, that they don't have access to buses up there. And if they needed a bus, they would need it to Penticton, but they have to get to Penticton to get the bus, and there's no bus going home. So that is a challenge for that community. Also, Caledon, we have an on-call bus stop with no rider dataship. I cannot find anything on how many people use that route. I've asked around, anyways, so it's a bit of a concern that both stops in my area have no ridership. So just putting that out to the board, that I am concerned that we're taxing a community for a service that they, A, don't have access to, and B, are not using. So thank you. Any other comments from the board? Director Miller?
Yes, Director Monteith, but can't you use that argument with school taxes, that people that don't have children still do pay tax?
Director Holmes?
Just to answer Director Quiness's question, it takes 70 minutes for Penticton to Kelowna on the 70. So I think that's probably why they numbered it 70. So.
Any other questions from the delegation? Well, thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you for having me, and see you next month.
And I believe that brings us to the end of our meeting. So I'd like to make a motion to end the community service. First, second, all in favor? Thank you. To the chair.
Okay, thank you, Director Monteith. That brings us to Environment and Infrastructure, and I go to Director Bush to chair this one. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Good morning. I'd like to bring the order, the Environment and Infrastructure Committee to order at, what time is it?
Yeah, thank you.
11:22, we're very late. And today we have a delegate, Tyrion, and who else, Tyrion?
Rod King.
Rod King, sorry, thank you. So, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. And yeah, it's always a pleasure to have the Starling Control Program present to the committee. So we'll just turn it right over to them, Mr. Chair, and we'll see what they got going.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Tyrion Miskell. I am the Executive Director of the BC Grape Growers Association, and we manage the Starling Control Program on behalf of all orchardists and grape growers in the Okanagan Valley. I'm accompanied by Rod Stewart. Where did that come from? Oh my goodness. Rod King, I got it right the first time. Rod King, who is a grape grower here in Penticton. And I also want to recognize George Bush, who's the chair of our Starling Control Management Committee. Oops. Pardon me. So some of you may be familiar with this presentation. I'll try and be quick, go over details for people who are new to the program, as well as talk about what we're, some additional details about what we're doing, and leave some time for Rod, because he's the most interesting part. So starlings, why? Because they are an invasive species. They're the top 100 invasive species in the world. They do a phenomenal amount of damage to fruit in the Okanagan Valley. They're also a very aggressive bird. They're prolific. They survive in so many different climates. They're prolific breeders. They also push out native species out of their own nests and kill native species. They also carry a lot of disease through their feces. Our focus is on controlling the population. We would never be able to eradicate it because it is a global program, and our focus is on lessening damage to fruit in the valley. How do we do that? We have the trapping program, which is about 80% of what we do. We also have an education prevention program for the general public, and we also do research to support to improve our programs and our trapping. 2023 is a significant year for our program. We're celebrating 20 years of trapping this year. We trap from the sort of Armstrong area down into the Similkameen. We run 6 trap lines with 5 trappers. Some of them trap year-round, some of them only trap in the harvest season. We have these M traps. There's a picture there of an M trap. It's about 6 feet by 6 feet. Trappers can get in and stand up in them. How it works is there's a gap, sort of where the low part of the M, there's the gap that runs the length of the trap where birds can get in, but they can't get out. We found that about 1 3/4 inch gap is the ideal size for them to get in, but they can't get the wingspan to actually fly out. So they're in there. Trappers visit the traps 3 times a week. There's food and water left in the traps, and then they are, it's very labor intensive. The birds are captured one at a time, so as not to capture what we call by species, so any other species. It's only starlings that we have a license to trap, and we're quite conscientious about doing that. The birds are put into a container and they're gassed with CO2, and it takes about 5 seconds. So it's quite humane. The carcasses are then mostly donated to falconers in Alberta, the Valley here, and the Lower Mainland. How do we fund our program? Well, mainly through regional district funding. We get $25,000 a year from the South, Central, and North regional districts. We get $15,000 from apple growers and cherry growers, and about $23,000 to $28,000 a year from individual grape growers. And that's part of the reason why the Grape Growers Association manages the program, is that we solicit individual donations from grape growers. 2023 is also a really significant year for us because we are aiming to break 1 million birds captured. We capture about 50,000 birds a year. You can see the last 5 years have been pretty difficult for us, and that's we've had the same challenges as most agriculture. It's been wildfires and extreme weather has really impacted our ability to trap, as well as improving farming practices and landfill practices. You'd be interested to know that we don't have a lot of success actually capturing birds on orchards and vineyards, mainly because there's fresh fruit there already. Where we have our most success is in landfills and dairy farms and feedlots in the north end of the valley, and their practices have been changing and improving. So we're having to be really creative as to where we trap. Our research. So we have done some really cool research through UBCO. To the idea is like, is our is our trapping having an impact? And we have found that yes. So there were a couple of really cool parts to this project. Really interesting science. Using the thigh bone of the bird and a pheresis machine, they could actually separate the minerals and then map the minerals to different geographical areas of the valley. So we did learn that about 80% of the birds that we are trapping originate in the north end of the Okanagan Valley up into the Shuswap and a little bit further north. So we can have an impact on trapping. We have found that we could figure out that traps or birds taken out of traps in sort of the Salmonor or Hull area, we could actually identify them, and we found them in traps in Oliver and Coston. The other project that we experimented with was the funnel trap, and I think some of you probably will remember the last time I was here in 2018, we were just getting that off the ground, and I was really excited about it, the potential of it. We have a picture of it there. And so the limitations with our M traps are that we catch the birds one at a time. This trap is going to where they roost, so mostly barns, setting up a big trap around the doorway of the barn, pushing them into this, funnel, to which then it would go to the cage where they would be gassed. It was a really great premise. The idea came from a farmer in the Fraser Valley who was using it in his own barn. When we actually set it up in reality, it didn't work very well for us. One is that the operations are changing. People are improving their operations. And so the barns are getting bigger, and they have implemented things so that they're not nesting in the barns as much. So we were having trouble finding barns. And the other thing too is that the new activity of the new people setting up the trap actually scared the birds away. And these are working operations. So we couldn't leave the trap for a day for the activity to calm down, the birds to come back, and then for us to force them through the barn because, they need to use their doors. So unfortunately, that one didn't work out. We still have the trap. I haven't given up because I think it's such a great idea. The trapper in the Fraser Valley actually, he did it once every 2 or 3 years that the entire flock disappeared, and it took 2 or 3 years for it to come back. So there is huge potential there if we can actually figure out how to re-implement it. And then our sort of where we're going from here now is to do some more research on bird habitat and where they're nesting, and can we actually get them where they're nesting before they actually get to the orchards and the vineyards. So the third part is our Starling Aware program. This is public awareness. We attend several events up and down the valley through the year. We talk about trapping and why it's important to agriculture in the valley, and we also encourage homeowners to discourage starlings nesting on their properties, fixing up their homes and the eaves and things, as well as using bird houses that discourage starlings. So the next part is our successes, where I'm going to leave it to Rod from the farmer perspective.
Okay, thank you very much. Appreciate that. My name's King, by the way.
Yes,
My last
pardon
name's
me.
King, right. I digress a little bit. Sitting here watching your meeting previously on the trail networks, those sorts of things, from a user's perspective all over the southern interior, you're doing a hell of a good job, and you really are. And in terms of the transit, I concur with Mr. Bloomfield. I didn't know how cheap it was. That's a gift. That's incredible, So those are, just thought I'd say that. I'll start off with simply saying, globally, there is a consensus that the only good starling is a dead starling. One of the few items that people can agree on. Our farm is a 4th generation farm just up here by Lakeview Cemetery. It was Tree Fruits. Early 90s, we started to transition to grapes. We're now all grapes. Starlings have always been a menace, and they continue to be this day. But for your information, just a little bit of background prior to the program. Coming in over the years, we saw an increase in the population slowly. And as more and more people got into grapes, it seemed to accelerate the whole population. In other words, became a larger and larger issue for us on the farm to deal with. Prior to the program, it was very simple. Tyrion has a picture of a propane cannon there. All the mitigation practices that are available work to some degree, but they do not control the problem. Starlings are not stupid. They quickly learn how to avoid. I'll just start off with, this is a box of shotgun shells. In the late 90s, that was our ` method of control. We've got 40 acres. And from mid-September, end of August, September through October, there were my brother and I and my son. We had daily constant patrols to try and deal with the flocks of starlings. There were 3 of us packing shotguns around the vineyard, shooting daily. In the last couple of years, we were firing between 200 and 3,500 rounds annually. And it did minimize the impact. It did not eliminate. Along with that, because there was more feedback and, on the shooting of firearms, particularly in, sort of, I'm going to say now, the urban areas. Now you can't discharge a firearm where we are. And it's just getting tighter and tighter. I understand that. Fair enough. We started to transition again, along with the program, using a cannon similar to that one. And we've gone through, this is one of the latest versions. This one, as it fires, spins. And you can set the timer on it and everything else. It can repeat fire. It's quite amazing. It's quite amazing.
Can we hear it?
They wouldn't allow me to bring a bottle of propane in. I asked. I don't know what's the matter with the office here, but, same as a shotgun. I asked, and no, you can't do that. So people get other ideas. The reality with the propane is the birds do get used to it. And so nowadays, you have sound of all types. One that is promoted very well is mimicking hawks, birds of prey. Unless you move that recording and amplifier around, the starlings are, like I say, they are not stupid. If it's staying in that corner over there, they avoid the corner. They just go to the other corner. They're not stupid. Same as the cannons. Back to the firearms, where it's not accepted in public, where we are located. We have the Trans-Canada Trail, goes right through the middle of our vineyard. And that can be difficult with the propane cannons. People expect it to be serene, quiet, enjoyable. I understand that, fair enough. So it's been rather difficult. When the program started, 2003, by 2005, we had just about put our shotguns away. Occasionally, you'd get flocks early in the morning or something passing through, that sort of stuff. Over the years, we have backed off. Last, I'm going to say 3, 4, 5 years, we haven't even used the cannons. The program is amazing. It is highly effective. And without it, and I'm just going to say this, even within our grape growing community, there's quite a few producers that just say, like, why in the hell do we have this program? Well, what's the issue here? There's no starlings around. And sometimes I think with Tyrion, let's just shut it down for a couple of years and see the nightmare reappear. And it would overnight. I guess what I'm saying, from the producer, from the grape industry, this is just an amazing program. It is the best program that we have in terms of management of pest, disease, and birds. And I would really encourage you to continue to support the program. If we shut it down, we'd be back to cannons, et cetera, et cetera. And I can already hear the complaints that would come to this board and in individual municipalities about the noise. Because the reality is our valley is turning into country residential. They're not farm communities anymore. And you got to just manage that. So it's a lot of fun. Anyways, thank you. And appreciate your time listening to us.
Thanks a lot, Rod. Are there any questions? Go ahead.
Through the chair, thank you so much for your presentation. I too am a farmer, but it's livestock. And I have a large or semi-large free-range chicken operation out in Summerland. Starlings are a nightmare. Vineyards are starting to come out into the Garnet Valley area. They're starting to find different varietals that are doing well, I guess, at that elevation.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to see more and more starlings. Are these traps available retail? Can I purchase a trap?
I think you'll find actually that you want us to maintain it for you. It's a lot of work. I'd like to get your name, and we have a trapper that works in the Summerland. We've tried trapping up the Garnet Valley area, but it sounds like your operation actually would be quite ideal. So,
I'll
yeah.
definitely give you my name. I appreciate
Please, yeah.
that.
Yeah.
The other quick question, you sound like a very responsible farmer in the grape industry, almost too responsible. Isn't the right to farm legislation from Victoria allow you to use your cannons and or other methods to eradicate these pests?
Well, fair enough. However, you got to live in your neighborhood. And we've already had feedback. I'm going to say this. The KVR in June through the end of September, we can have literally hundreds of people a day on it. It's really well used. And that's a good thing, really is. There's a lot more guest houses now on the farms to augment income. And if you haven't grown up on a farm, if you haven't had to see and deal with the issue of starlings, you haven't a clue what's going on, other than these damn cannons start firing at dawn, and they can go right till dusk, and they're disturbing the pleasure. In other words, we have to work with the communities and the people as best we can. And we try and do that, and most people do. You know, because you don't want to, frankly, really irritate your neighbor, because that can come back to haunt you.
Thanks, Rod, for your experience. Any more questions? Oh, well, Director Bloomfield.
I'd just like to endorse Rod King there, because he is a very community-minded farmer, and just as a testament to his community commitment, Rod has chaired the agricultural committee at the city of Penticton for how many decades, Rod?
4.5.
There you go.
45 years. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Director Elson?
Thank you. Just further to that, yeah, I know in Summerland, and it is smack dab against, a residential area. It's a huge operation, and they grow seedlings for the tree industry, the nursery. And they use the cannons, and it's very disruptive. We hear complaints at City Hall constantly, and they'll go from, dawn to dusk. They're using the predator calls, the hawks and what have you also. But when they seed those flats of trees, like they can be wiped out in moments. So there's another area that you may want to, it's on the Quinpool Road area, civiculture. So that's another area that might be attractive to maybe capture some of these, and it may help with some of our issues at City Hall with complaints. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, thank you very much, Tyrion, Rod. Could we get a motion to adjourn? Move, second. All in favor? Any opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to lunch break. We'll only have a 15-minute one if we can get to that. Otherwise, we can have a working lunch through the last part of, or the initial part of the corporate services, so.
Yeah, or we could catch up.
We can catch up if need be,
longer.
but
Yeah.
we'll try to be back here for 12 o'clock.
That was a good movie you made yesterday when you were, well, actually, I'm not a member right now.
Getting a thumbs up? Perfect. Okay, we'll call the Corporate Services Committee meeting to order. We have a proposed agenda, looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, thank you. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to the first item on there, which is Indigenous Relations, Education and Training Opportunities, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. One of our corporate priorities is to work with our Indigenous communities within the regional district boundary. And the way the performance indicator reads is to enhance communications and respectful relationships. So those that have served on the board before will be familiar with the speaker series where we brought speakers in on Indigenous, mostly cultural knowledge. What Ms. Malden's doing is just giving the board an update on some of the other programs. So we are going to continue the speaker series, but there's a number of other opportunities for either Indigenous cultural knowledge or relationship building. So this is more for information. So in addition to the cultural, to the guest speaker series, we're also going to go through, there is some online training opportunities. And by all means, if any members are interested in that, Christy would be the one to talk to. There is a course that you could sign up for, working effectively with Indigenous peoples. And if you're interested in that, we could certainly help you get organized for that as well. We still are working on the community-to-community meeting or forum with our 4 bands. And there was that funding announcement on the community-to-community meetings that just came out recently. So we are still working on that. Legislative Services has a little library in their area in the back, and they have some literature that may be of interest. And then there's also discussion about an intern leadership program through Okanagan College, which Ms. Malden is going to go down and get more familiar with later on. So if there are any questions on any of these, or if there are any other suggestions, we'd be happy to take them, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Anything, questions or thoughts from the board on this? Director Coyne, go ahead.
Yeah, I've taken some of those courses. They're great. I would hope that we can bring those back and everybody can take a few of them.
Okay. So if there is a desire from anybody on the board to take some of these courses individually, just get in touch with Ms. Molden, I guess, would be the starting point on that, and we can kind of get the ball rolling, so to speak. Go ahead, Director Bloomfield.
I see that the courses are broken down. Some of them are like just 2 or 3 hours. And so is there an opportunity or a chance just to do a course here and there, you know, on meeting days for the entire board? Is that something that could be done?
Ms. Bolden?
They're open to you doing it whenever you want. So, and if you combine as a group, it's less expensive as well. So absolutely that would fit for sure.
Okay. It's a thought. We can definitely consider it. Maybe we should go through what might be a real important one that everybody should maybe get involved in, if we could have something along those lines that would be interesting. Director Monteith?
And just to the chair, to follow up, typically in the summer, we have light agendas, so that might be appropriate to tag in some of that during the summer. Just thinking.
Or whenever we have a light agenda, try to make it work that way.
Yeah, that could work.
All right. Seeing no other hands, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the powwow between the lakes sponsorship. Again, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is a 3-day competition that's taking place at the South Okanagan Events Center. And they did offer sponsorship packages. It was brought forward at our previous meeting as to whether the regional district was interested in supporting the powwow, because it is in Penticton. And they had a number of different sponsorship opportunities. And I see Summerland was in for the 20. We're recommending the $5,000 package, which offered allowing our logo on the cover of the program, allowing a custom banner on display during the grand entry event, having a booth during the grand entry event, the logo up in the Jumbotron, and then the passes and stuff for staff and the board. We would recommend that, Mr. Chair, and then we have an Indigenous Relations account that we could fund that from.
Yeah, I would totally support this. If you need a motion, I'd make the motion now.
Okay, so you're moving the motion. Is there a seconder? I'm assuming that's a seconder, right? It's on the floor. Any discussion needed?
Yes, I support this. Could you explain or let us know through the chair, CAO, how much is in that Indigenous account? I didn't know it existed.
Do we have those numbers?
At this point, there's approximately 10,000 in there. So that is also the C2C fund that we have. Each year we would put away a certain portion, and so that's what's in there right now.
Thank you.
I'll go to Director Holmes and then Director Van Elfen.
Yeah, and in Summerland, what we also did, because you get 20 passes or whatever, But we just said that, to our staff and council and anybody who wanted to go could go. And if it's more than 20 passes, we'll just buy those additional passes because they're not very much for the weekend. It's like $10 or something, right? So we just put it up there to everybody in the organization that wants to go can go. Because I think it's important if we're going to sponsor that we actually support it as well and actually go and show up.
Yeah. Makes sense. I'm not sure either, but Director Van Elfen?
Thank you to the chair. I'll just confer with my fellow director from Summerland, but I believe there's this coming Wednesday night, there is a reception. Now I'm not exactly sure where at the PIB lands, at their office or whatever, with sponsors at the Algonquin Center. So I'm sure we'll be getting notification of that since we are now contributing. So the more people that can show up to these events, I think is really important for relationship building. And, I just see this as a huge part towards truth and reconciliation. And I am so grateful for the board to get behind this because I just think it's an important initiative. And I'm sure the PIB is quite pleased. I talked to Joseph Pierre at our last meeting, and he said how excited they were to see a check from Summerland. So it's all part of being good neighbors. So thank you so much.
Okay. Good comments. Anything further from the board on this? We have the motion on the floor to support it. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us over to item D, which is the Growing Communities Fund allocation options. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Ms. Bloomfield's going to present on this, and she's got a slide deck that Danny will put up but I'd just say at this point, what we're interested in determining is how the board is interested in spending the money. We've given you 3 options that we had identified. From our perspective, the board has spent a lot of time recently talking about strategic priorities. So we're leaning towards you using your money towards the strategic priority projects. But we know that there are other interests from each of the electoral areas. So we'll let Ms. Bloomfield take you through this. She's going to identify the criteria and some of the other issues with regards to this. So we'll be interested to hear what the committee has to say.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Ms. Bloomfield. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the Growing Communities Fund was announced in March by the provincial government as a one-time funding opportunity to all local governments in BC. So they did a provincial funding formula, and this is how ours was calculated out. There was a flat funding amount for each local government, which is $500,000. And then there is an amount based on your overall population, one based on your rural population, and then the amount based on the growth of the rural areas between 2016 and 2021. So all of that together, it's about 4.483 million is what the regional district is getting. So the province did set out various criteria and indications on what are some eligible projects. One of the biggest requirements is that the funds have to be allocated for a project to an RDOS service before the end of the year. The infrastructure does have to be RDOS owned and operated. And this money is meant to be a kind of like a supplement to help some of these projects that we have ongoing. So the regional district has a lot of projects that need funding. So the one thing it can't do though is it can't be just for general operational annual expenses. It does have to be a capital type of project. And it also has to be an eligible one. So the eligible projects Lots of different capital infrastructure projects. We have many of these, such as when Justin presented some of the parks and trails this morning, many projects there. We have our, as we've heard over the weeks, our corporate buildings, water infrastructure, sewer infrastructure. So we have a lot of these types of eligible projects. Now, there are some non-capital projects that are also eligible, such as feasibility studies, capacities assessments, master plans, and you can use it to acquire land for eligible infrastructure projects as well. But it has to be part of a service. It has to be part of an RDOS service already. One thing, it cannot be used for a project that already has funds allocated to it from another grant, because the portion that's already supposed to be the RDOS portion, this can't be used as that portion, but it can cover cost overruns if the project goes over what was anticipated. So the priority projects, the program put out by the government was intended to assist the board in addressing the priorities as a region for infrastructure needs. As shown in the previous slides, there's many types of eligible projects that the RDOS does have as a whole. Many complex services with large needs for capital funds is what we have. So with this in mind, we're trying to look regionally. As CAO Newell indicated, we're trying to think on a regional scale, where do the priorities projects go? So with that in mind, the option, whoops, did I do that?
No, you didn't. It'll come back.
Oh, there we go. Okay. So the option one is what is being recommended by administration in the report. Basically, this would take all of the funds, put them into something that we would, as administration, we would put together a list of projects and the board would prioritize them. And there can be different factors that we could bring forward and discuss how exactly you would like to prioritize them and rank them. Other two options that I presented in the report was to allocate 100% of it out to electoral areas based on the population. This is how the province, one of the ways the province allocated this out in the grant to begin with. It's not their intention is to have it separated back out into electoral areas. Another option presented is to take part of it, put it towards the priority projects, and that would be the flat rate portion as well as the overall population portion, and the rest of it separate out into the electoral areas. So these are the three different options that I've got to present to you, and we would just like some feedback on how the board would like to proceed.
Okay, thank you for that. If we could get the presentation taken down so I can see those that are on the screen. Oh, they're all popping up. Perfect. Any thoughts from the board here? Director Holmes, go ahead.
Just a question, if I may. Do you know, are the conditions for regional districts the same as for municipalities, or are they different like COVID was?
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They're very similar. There are a few minor differences here and there, but the eligible projects are the same, that type of thing.
Go ahead.
Just specifically the deadline by the funds must be allocated by the end of the year. That's, I don't think in municipalities we have that, do we?
I think the allocation is the same, but when they need to be spent by is a totally different. It's 2028, I think, is when they got to be utilized by, but they have to have been put towards a project prior. I'll go to Director Bush, and then I've got Director Knodel after that.
Yeah, so in our area, Smelkameen, we have shared services, Kermis and Area G, Kermis Rural. I think this would be a great opportunity if we could combine some of these finances for either for a fire hall or a skating rink, which is also we need to replace. So if there's any way we could use these funds together, it'd be awesome.
Okay, Director Knodel?
Thank you. I'm an option 2 person, obviously. I might consider something else if the towns are willing to throw their portions into it also, but I don't see them too likely to be wanting to do that. The town's got considerably more monies than any of the areas. So if they want to put them into the pot, then I would consider being something other than option 2. Thank you.
Okay, hand from Director Weeb. Go ahead.
I can speak to the municipalities not putting in. One of the issues that we've been running into with shared services is that a municipal fund can't be used to fund another level of government's infrastructure. So we run into where it's problematic, where we can't, those funds are allocated to the municipality. You can't use municipal funds to pay for infrastructure for somebody else's stuff. And so what Director Bush kind of mentioned is that we have these shared services. We're running into some issues trying to figure out how to partner, but do it in a way that we can make the numbers work. So.
There are problems for sure that are unforeseen when these funds are put forward. Do you have a response to that though, Ms. Bloomfield? Go ahead.
I do, Mr. Chair. In looking at the frequently asked questions for municipalities, the municipalities are able to contribute funds to regional services that they are a part of. That was one of the criteria in the program.
Okay, so maybe there are some solutions or options there for that. I seen a hand from Director Coyne Sr. and then Director Roberts. Go ahead, Director Coyne.
Yeah, I got a huge project coming up here with the dam on Chain Lake. And we also have ongoing issues at Missoula with their water system. And kind of just reading the room a little bit, I think we each area has major projects on the list that I don't know, I lean towards just splitting it up between each area on a, divide by 9 and everybody gets what they get and work it out with the projects that we already have listed, because we all have a lot of projects on that list. That would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Okay. Just to be clear, that wasn't then dividing it based on population, because you just said divide by 9. So that would be the same to each electoral area is what I'm assuming what you were proposing, which is totally different than one of their options.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. Just wanted to be clear that I understood it right. I have Director Roberts and then Director Monteith.
Thank you to the chair. And to follow up in regards to Director Bush, I'm completely in support of that because we have these 2 large ticket items in regards to capital that needs to be built up in our area, and both of which, we don't necessarily have the tax base for. And again, I think the understanding too, and looking at, and I'm not completely sure, maybe it can be explained to me, because I know that looking at the community works funds, we do have discretion, even though we're told at any time it is to be for RDOS specific property and or things. But I believe like even municipalities, there's a clause at the end of the CWF that states that if something is benefiting the citizens of said community. So I think we have the freedom in our historic gas tax part. And then of course, with this new grant, it kind of labels it out. So I think there's a lot of flexibility. Takes a little bit of creative writing and support and transparency, but it is possible. Thank you.
Okay, Director Monteith.
And through the chair, I'd like to make the, make a recommendation for option number 2.
Option number 2?
Yeah, which would be splitting it out to the electoral areas.
Okay, as
Yep.
By population. Okay, so you're moving that motion. Is there a seconder for it? I see Director Knodel waving as the seconder. It is on the floor. Any discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Taylor.
Yeah, I don't see this prohibiting two communities sharing together on a common objective. So that's just a comment.
I don't think it would if there was a project that was beneficial to both that they wanted to share on, yeah. Any further discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Bloomfield.
Thank you. So I'd like a little clarification on how the provincial government got to that 4.483 number. So it says a flat funding amount for each local government is 500,000, and then there's a calculation based on the overall population that included the municipalities, right? And then you've got an amount based on the RDOS rural population. So, you know, within this $4.4 million is an inclusion of the residents of the municipalities that are not being used in the calculation on option 2.
Yeah, that's true.
So I think I'm duty bound to vote against the option 2 because just because of that fact.
Okay, Director Coyne, you have a comment?
Yeah, no, Director Bloomfield's right. Part of the reason some of the smaller communities ended up, if you look proportionally, they've got larger percentages than some of the bigger communities is because of growth rates and population. It wasn't just a simple, who's got the biggest population, we're going to give you the more money, because that's not how it worked. I mean, Grand Forks and Princeton got almost the same amount of money. Grand Forks is 5,000 people, were in the census under 3,000 people. So there's a big difference in how this is and how the government split it up. I think if you want to look at it as fair as you can, right now, because we don't understand fully what the percentages are, we should just break it up between the 9 evenly, and they can go towards projects, because it's under 500,000 each if you do it that way. I mean, you're gonna touch some projects, you're not gonna get too much done with it, but it might be enough to push something like a fire hall or whatever over the edge. Thanks.
Okay, it's a good thought. Director Fedrigo.
Thank you, through the chair. I'm also in agreement of splitting it evenly, kind of taking our total and dividing it through the 9. Some areas, just the way they're laid out and the way that their areas are clustered, they may not see that growth. So I think this is an opportunity where some of us who are seeing that growth can support our fellow directors with some of that income. They also may not have the tax base to help support those larger projects. So if in this case we can kind of help one another out, I'm in favor for that.
Okay. Don't think I'm seeing any other hands here. Oh, Director Conans. Go ahead.
The way this was explained to us, thanks for the explanation through the chair. This is supposed to help the entire organization as a whole. There's supposed to be projects that benefits the entire regional district. And so I think what Director Bloomfield was saying is that that's supposed to include the entire regional district. And the way, if we divide it as you're asking, it's not including a project that is helping the entire regional district. So I don't think I can support that either.
Okay. Don't think I'm seeing any other. Oh, go ahead, Director Holmes.
So just so I can be clear here, option 2 is based on population. Option 3 is just splitting it all evenly between each rural area.
Option 3 was keeping a percentage to be used regionally and then some split.
And the rest split. And then option 1 is just priority projects.
Yes.
That based on the strategic plan. And we don't have a list of those though, what those would be?
if we were to go with option one, my understanding is staff would come back with a list of projects and the board would debate amongst ourselves as to which would be priority uno and so on down the list. And that's how the funds would be spent. But CAO, if you want to.
So a next step on that, if we did go with high priority projects, is we'd bring a rating criteria back to committee and you can pick what the high priority projects are. Yeah.
Okay. I'll go back to Director Bloomfield and then I see a hand from Knodel. Go ahead.
So, seeing as we're debating all of the options rather than just the option that's on the floor, but and just to be clear to the rest of the board where my thinking is, and I think that option one is a preferential choice for, should be a preferential choice for everybody at the moment, because it's based on regional thinking. It's based on what's good for the region as a whole. And I think that the money will get used probably quicker, but certainly much more effectively. And it will probably be used on projects that will reduce the regional district's liability on a lack of action on any of those projects. If there was something amounting to a lack of action on any of those projects where, for instance, if there's a failure in a sewage treatment facility somewhere, or a water facility somewhere that we've stalled on spending money on, and we haven't taken this grant money and used it on a priority project. We've put it, we spread it out somewhere else. Where does the regional district stand if there's, excuse me, if there's some people want to action against the regional district for lack of action on some of those priority projects? So, and with option one, it may go on projects that are absolutely no benefit to the municipalities or Penticton in particular, but it is what's good for the region. And I think that the priority projects, once we get that report back from the regional district, from staff rather, we can ascertain sort of a little better. We can have, certainly more knowledge as to where the money should be spent. But I think that the focus should be on what's good for the region as a whole. I totally understand dividing it up equally amongst the rural districts, rural electoral areas. Totally get that, but I try to think in more of a regional basis and what's good for the region as a whole. And so my vote will go with option number one, should that become a motion.
Okay, I've got Director Knodel first, and then I'm seeing a bunch of other hands here, but we'll start with Director Knodel.
Thank you. And that very noble thoughts coming from Penticton, but I haven't heard them offer up the monies that they're getting in this program yet either. So it's kind of like having three wolves and a sheep out for lunch. And I need
Director Federigo, and then over to Director Holmes.
Thank you through the chair. I'm kind of challenged with option one because depending on what projects come forward may still only impact one area. If you're looking at a water service system, that may just be one area. So by dividing it out throughout the region actually kind of is regional thinking, because then it gives every area the option to enhance their area collectively then. And so yeah, until we see a list of what comes forward as a priority project regionally, it's hard to make that decision. If it's trails, that's regional, potentially. But yeah, until we see a priority list that truly demonstrates something regionally, I think splitting it up evenly is going to help in that regard.
Okay, go to Director Holmes and then Director Taylor, and I've got you on there too. So.
Yeah, I'm of a similar mind. I don't feel I have enough information about option one, about what we would be approving to say, yeah, let's go with option one, even though that may be where I'm leaning. So I think I'd like to see those projects so we know what we would be voting on if we preferred option one, and then if they don't sit well with us, then we go with option 2 or 3. But that's kind of the way I look at it.
Okay. Director Taylor?
I really appreciate the logic of sticking with option one, but again, I just don't see, following that, how the areas ever get to prioritize their priority projects. You know, I've got some things in our area that they are never going to be a regional priority, okay? But this regional district, okay? This would allow us to make some progress on something that we might otherwise never get done. And, you know, we can be as truly Canadian and as perfect as possible in analyzing this to the nth degree. But look at some of the previous decisions that have been made and the previous funding programs that have completely ignored the areas. So I figure, you know, if this is an opportunity to do something, they are going to be prioritized. They are going to be expensed towards the benefit of the people within the region, either way. So.
Okay. Director Monteith and then Director Miller.
Thank you. I'm torn as well. You know, I understand the idea of regionally thinking. I believe that projects that would happen in rural communities would also benefit the municipalities that are nearby, whether it be protecting the watersheds, whatever it would be. I think there's a collaboration opportunity. I don't know how we would decide. You know, what do we do projects in the Similkameen? Do we put all the money there? I mean, they have major loss over there, right? I mean, it's sort of a, how do we decide? I know that my community has absolutely been following this. They're anticipating projects happening in our community. You know, it would be hard not to have those projects happen at this opportunity that we would maybe never get again. So I do feel that strengthening the outlying communities with these opportunity would be beneficial. So that's why I support option number 2.
Okay, Director Miller?
Just a thought and then a question. I know probably 12 years ago that this board unanimously decided to make a solid contribution to the Penticton Regional Hospital expansion and to the tower. So I guess is there a project of that magnitude? Well, probably not, but is there something else? Because that vote was indeed unanimous. I'm not sure what the funding model was. And secondly, could Director Knoble said something about sheep or whatever that I thought was funny. Could you just repeat that line because I missed it, put the second part of it? What was your analogy about sheep?
3 wolves and a sheep going out for dinner. Sorry? Go ahead, Rick. You better say it.
Yeah, it was the definition of democracy was 3 wolves and a sheep discussing what's for lunch.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I thought Director Bush, did you have a hand up? Okay. Well, Director McCordoff, and then.
Yeah, thank you. I'm certainly interested in listening to people speak on all 3 of these options. I'm tending to go with option 1, the recommended option, because I think we just did strategic priorities as a whole group for 2 days with Gord McIntosh. And to me, we came up with some things that were beneficial for the entire regional district. And if we went back to that list and had a look at some of the things that were on there, I think that would be a good place to start. So thank you.
Okay. I'll go to Director Johansson and then I'll make a comment myself. Go ahead, Director Johansson.
Chair, I'd just like to say I am in favor of option 2. I kind of go back to when the COVID funds came, you know, and all the municipalities got money and they were able to take care of things. And we just were able to spend only those monies on, you know, things that benefited the regional district, but they also benefited the municipalities, like the office building, IT solutions and stuff like that, which we needed at that time. But I felt bad at that time to me that the regional district, the regional directors didn't get an option to take advantage with some of those monies as well, maybe in their recreational facilities and different things like that. And here's another opportunity where the municipalities have got a fair chunk of change. And yes, there is strategic priorities within the regional district, but I also think each regional director should have an opportunity to spend some of that money in their particular area and take advantage of that. We as municipalities have got a big chunk of change and we're taking care of ourselves. But I think it's a really good opportunity and a good time for the regional directors to have a look within their own areas and take advantage of that. And if they want to partner with a neighboring area, well, that's one thing that they can work together to do. But I do believe splitting it up is the best way. We as municipalities have our money. Let's share the wealth a bit. Thank you.
Okay. Before I go to you, Director Holmes, I just following up with what he said, or what Director Johansson had said, was I was kind of actually leaning towards the option 3, where we did a little bit of both as a compromise, because that does give us the opportunity to do 1, maybe 2 regional projects, depending on the scale of those things. I think it was 2 point some odd million that would have been regional, and then the rest split amongst the electoral areas, so that we do have an opportunity to do something in our own areas. That's where I was kind of leaning towards, but I'll go to Director Holmes, and then I think we better call the question on the motion we got. So,
Yeah, I don't necessarily have an issue with all the money going to the rural areas, but as Director Coyne said earlier, basing it purely on population isn't necessarily a fair way to do it, because there are other factors. When you're talking about purely infrastructure, and as a small rural community with a large geographic area, we're trying to make this exact same case to the province, that we're facing huge infrastructure challenges that a small population base can't support, and there's no funding mechanism for that. So I don't think basing it entirely on population is fair at all, myself. I think population has to be one of the things you take into account, but it can't be the only thing. What other formulas out there? I don't know. The province has them, so we can figure that out. Or I agree, option 3. Let's just go with that. So
last before I call the question.
Option 3 is obviously the compromise, and I think that that's worthy of consideration as well. I would agree with Director Johansson and Director Holmes. Yeah, we've got a good chunk of money, as was pointed out earlier as well. By my calculation, about $1 million, just over $1 million. This 4.4 million is based on the population within the municipalities. So that money going to the rural areas, I mean, priority projects are mostly in the rural areas. I don't know if they benefit the municipalities that much anyway. So it was never my intent to sort of pull some of that money into Penticton, but it was certainly an intent to have it benefit the region as a whole. But if priority 3 was a compromise, then I'd be willing to look at that as well.
Okay, we've discussed it pretty much. Just so we're aware, this is option 2 that's on the floor, and the proposal is split based on population. So that's what we're voting on. All those in favor? Okay, those opposed? Do we need those names? It's defeated. Anyway, there was more than enough to defeat. So, are we looking at another motion? A proposal? Okay, well, I'm assuming that's a motion.
Well, yeah, I can make this motion, I guess.
Go ahead.
So it's kind of a compromise of option 3, which would be keeping $2 million for priority projects, and then taking the remainder and splitting it 9 ways evenly. That gives everybody just under 280,000, 276,000, just under. And then there's $2 million in the pot to go to something else. So rather than population, everybody gets the same amount.
So that's moved. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded? Do we need any more discussion on it? I'll go to Director Bush and then Director Conans. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see where everybody's getting at, but I'm not seeing any money kicking in from all the money of the municipalities are getting into this pot too, right?
It
this
wouldn't.
is just regional district money.
They
all got money too, and they're not kicking into this pot.
I think where the confusion is though the regional projects that we're probably going to come back are not municipal projects. They may be an outside one would maybe, that might benefit the rural or the municipalities would be in trails. But otherwise, it's going to be a regional project that's maybe benefiting OK Falls or somewhere like that. Not necessarily the municipalities.
Yeah,
It may be a
but
Twin Lakes or something like that, but
there again, it benefits one area and not the rest.
yeah, well, that's why we're doing the compromise, but I'd seen a hand, a rebuttal. I'll go with Director, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I mean, Director Bush, the reason I've presented this is there's 2 million into a pot for the regional district. So if there's a big priority that comes out, say it's a water system in one of your areas, there's money there. But by doing it this way, your area would get another $150,000 on top of what they would do right now. Like, it's going to increase the amount because you're one of the smaller populations, so you're going to get the least amount of money. This gives you the same amount of money as OK Falls.
Everybody else.
Right? This is a fair way because the percentage that we get, I know you're not seeing it that way, but that's not how the money was designated in the first place. It wasn't strictly on population. It was on growth, and there was other numbers involved. Otherwise, Grand Forks would have got double Princeton.
That is a point, and the last point I'll make on it is that the regional project we choose is going to be us choosing it. So, whoops, we can debate about it. There'll probably be several. If it's too big, we may not choose that as the top one. It may be a couple of them, so that's a point. Director Taylor, and then I'll call a question.
So municipalities would prioritize their 20 million, and then you'd also prioritize. No, you get 20 million.
I got 1.9 million.
But if you add up all of what was allocated to municipalities in the regional district, there's 20 million there. Okay?
I don't know what the total is either, but
I think it's on that order.
So mine's going to a regional fire hall. So it's not that just Princeton, it's for my whole area, and I'm not asking for a dime right now to the regional district.
To the chair.
Yeah, finish.
So the municipalities are allocated X dollars, and they're going to prioritize that. But they're also going to prioritize this 4 million. And I just, at some point, feel that this should be prioritized at an electoral area level.
The prioritizing would be the money that you get directly. Otherwise, it's as a group because we are a regional board. Yeah, that's just the nature of the beast. When you're in a regional board, it's a regional board, not an individual board. Seeing no more hands, we've got the proposal. So it is 2 million, just so everybody's clear, that would be prioritized regionally, and the balance split amongst the 9 electoral areas. I don't have that exact amount, but it was in the neighborhood of 280 or something.
75.
Okay, well, that can be figured out, but it would be in that neighborhood per electoral area.
I know, right?
So everybody's clear on that. I'll call the question. All those in favor? I'll vote on that. Opposed? Directors Bush, Knodel, Taylor. Motion carries. Okay. Last on the agenda, Strategic Alignment Report, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So just closing off on the last issue, then going forward, we'll bring forward some rating criteria that the committee can consider and a representative sample of sort of our higher priority projects, and then you can have this discussion again.
That's when the arm wrestling starts. Okay, let's go with the Strategic Alignment Report.
Good. Thanks, Mr. Chair. So back in February, we had that day and a half workshop with Gord McIntosh, and we did get to strategic priorities. Prior to that, back in November, we'd done our SWOT exercise, and we'd come up with our 4-year strategic plan, setting out sort of the guiding principles for the term. And then in January, we talked about our 2023 business plan and set out some of our higher level priorities for this calendar year. And then We will also bring in next meeting, because it will be the second meeting after the end of the quarter, we'll bring in the corporate action plan, which is how we report out on your business plan. So what we were looking for by bringing in Mr. McIntosh, Dr. McIntosh, was to really have a deeper dive into what some of the strategic issues will be for the regional district over the 4 years. And Gord always does a good job about helping us prioritize as to what we can do right now. Once we get those high priority projects done, what would come on next, and some of the advocacy issues that we'll need to address, and then longer term projects that we can do as well. So he did develop a report for us, and that went out with the agenda. So everybody can have a good look at that. But I thought it's just a summary on that, Mr. Chair. I mean, we aren't going to go into the guiding principles at this point. If somebody wanted to do that at a later date, we can certainly put on a discussion about our vision, mission, values, and key success drivers. But we weren't going to do that for the first year of the term, and Gord doesn't concentrate on those types unless there's an issue raised during the discussion, which there was not. So that gets us down to more or less strategic topics, which he helped us identify. And there was a long list of those. We had 13 strategic topics that we were interested in focusing on. And then he moves on and talks about the identified outcomes, what we would like that to look like if we were successful, and then some of the activities that we could introduce to move towards a successful outcome on those. So we did all of that in that day and a half that we had with Dr. McIntosh. We came out of that with a list of our strategic priorities, and that's what that one sheet looks like that's in your report. And Dan, if you can throw that up, we'll just focus on that and have a discussion really about what that looks like. So yeah, so there we go. So this is our, if you got that, yeah, can you go to the, yeah, there we go. So I know we're looking for that chart that has now, next, advocacy, that chart. Yeah, keep going, keep going. There you go. Yeah, back to the top. There we go. Okay, so this is what we identified as our strategic priorities. He calls them action priorities here. We just call them strategic priorities. But it identifies those 5 that we wanted to work on. The now box on the top left-hand column is what we're going to be working on in 2023. And once we get some progress on those, in the top right-hand box, he's identified for us what our next 5, actually I think we put 6 in that box, our next 6 would be. So as soon as we get one of those in the top left-hand corner done, we'll move one of those pending issues into the now box. And we've identified a number of issues that we wanted to address that we don't own. So that then means that we can advocate for them, but either they're not within our possession or there's other issues that we would have to address. They really belong to somebody else. So not that we can't work on those right now, but it's really us advocating for somebody else to do something that we have in mind. And then the future considerations box in that lower right-hand column are important issues, but they'll have to move up in sequence through the next box and then into the now box. So a lot of work done on those. And then at the end of that, and in order to get here, we went through some other vetting He took us through some issues like what's urgent, who's going to be accountable, what we can fit into our capacity box, what we have budget for. We talked about all of those issues where we had a legislative obstacle to get around. We talked about all of those issues. And really our intent today is let's make sure that this is the priorities that we agreed to when we had that workshop. And then we can talk about where we are now. And I can say that from our point of view administratively, we have now worked these priorities into the strategic plan and into the business plan, and you'll see them identified on the corporate action plan so that we can report to you on a quarterly basis as to how we're doing. Really the now box, because of some of the pre-work that we had done, we know that we're starting on now. So when we look at housing options, Mr. Garish brought in an options report on various issues with regards to housing back in March. A lot more work to do on that. And I understand the housing conference that some of our members attended the last few days was very good. The Premier keeps coming out with announcements on housing and land use. And it's top of mind at various levels of government. So we're going to make some progress on that. If we look across the aisle, one of our next items is to have a housing strategy discussion. So that will fall out of that options report that Chris will be working on and bringing back. The emergency program review is underway. That's going to be coming back. That's due to us by the end of April. I'm hoping that we have our next CAO group meeting on April 19th. I'm hoping that we can get a preview of where that's heading at that meeting so that when it comes to committee that we can have an idea what's coming forward on that. The compost facility location options, we had a change in course with that ALC decision on 1313 Greyback Mountain Road. We will have an options report coming on that within the next couple of meetings. The regional growth strategy is well underway. I can see some troubled waters already, so I'm sure we're going to have lots of discussion as to where our growth areas will be and what our philosophy on growth will be on that one. That's at the technical advisory committee level right now with the planners in all of our incorporated communities. And then we will be bringing forward an asset management policy in June. So this then, Mr. Chair, would be the time to ask, are these our top 5 priorities?
Okay, looking around the board, we went through this pretty thoroughly with Gord McIntosh. Unless there's a change of heart or something's raised its head that we hadn't considered before. Director Bush, go ahead.
Yeah, so here's my point. If we put the area directors, all our money into compost facility, it's not quite fair, right? Because municipalities use it too, but they're not putting anything in. So, I mean, hopefully there's a way we can all work together and do this, but you know, it could get quite controversial.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Director Conant, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, through the chair. I think that we went through a really long day and really hard work, and I think these are really great priorities. I guess I just want to get some feedback from the group about addressing crime in our communities. I mean, I just think that it's something we all have in common, and we have one of the highest crime rates in the province, not just Penticton. And I hope Mayor Johansson, yeah, there you are. I know Mayor Johansson, sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot through the chair. I know you, in Oliver, it's getting really bad according to the media and speaking with you. I just want to know, does anyone think that, I mean, maybe that's out of our jurisdiction anyway, but I just think that crime is something that's really, we're having a problem with throughout our whole region. And I don't know if that should be on there also.
I can just add from my thought is that that's one of those ones that I think falls more under the advocacy thing, that there's no question it's a problem and it's something we need to work on, but I don't know that we could put it in the top 5 there. But
possibly put it in the advocacy at least. I almost hate just leaving it out is one of the...
that it's missed off the list completely. I don't see why we can't add something to advocacy or any of those. CAO, is there an issue with that?
No, it didn't show well on the list that we went through at the workshop, but if Director Conant wanted to put a motion forward to add crime prevention into the advocacy box, we could certainly discuss that.
I'd definitely like to make that motion.
Okay, mover, and there's a seconder for it. I don't see any hands, but I will ask if there's any discussion needed on that. It's not something that we can get full action on. It's going to just be an ongoing advocacy thing. So I think we have that in our backs of our minds anyway, but it sure doesn't hurt to put it on the list. So I'll call the question. All in favor? All right. Any opposed? Director Bush? I didn't. And Coyne? Okay. Motion would carry. Oh, yeah, Director Roberts. That's all right. It still carries. Any other discussion on this? Director McCordoff?
Yeah, thank you. I think that we spent a lot of time, and the top 5 that are on there, to me, are important, and they rose to the top when we had the meeting. So I'm quite comfortable with those 5 for sure right now, and I appreciate that we're getting things done on them. Quite frankly, if we took all the money and put it into making sure we had a compost facility in this area, I would support that. How many millions have we spent already certainly over the 10 years just about that I've been here? It's been a huge topic, and I think somehow we need to solve this one. But I agree. There's the other 5 that are on there, and the next, and the advocacy are all important. So I just think we've spent a long time on this priorities chart, and I think we should sort of stick with what we've got on there and deal with that, because that's what we agreed to.
Okay, Director Coyne.
Yeah, it's not that I don't think the crime's an issue. It's I think it's an advocacy problem, and I think that's how we work. I mean, I speak to my sergeant on a regular basis, and we talk strategy and whatnot, and it's working in our community. Compost, Princeton will have that discussion with you guys if you want again, or Area H and Princeton, I guess.
Yeah. I would just point out, speaking of compost, that there is a facility under construction at the Oliver one, maybe not large enough to deal with everybody's, but it is ongoing. Yeah, but it is CAO?
We will not be funding the compost site north, because that would be stacking, and that's not permitted.
Yeah, we can't use it there anyway, and I don't know that it will be completed by the time these funds need to be expended either. So. And
transporting organics up to the Princeton area is one of our higher rated criteria right now.
Yeah, okay. Seeing no further discussion on this, we'll agree to the top 5 and look for a motion to adjourn this meeting. Moved, seconded. Thank you. All in favor? We are adjourned, and we need to start the next one almost immediately. So I will call the Regional District Okanagan regular board meeting to order. Not 1:15? Okay, well, we got 5 minutes or 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I will. Thanks. Thanks for catching me on that. Danny, can I trouble you to get us ready to go here? We're good? Okay. Just ask that everybody make their way back to their seats and we'll get started in just a brief moment. Okay, we'll call the Regional District Okanagan-Smilkameen Regular Board meeting to order. We have before us a proposed agenda, but before we look for a motion to approve, I will remind everybody this is an opportunity to remove anything off the consent agenda, if there's a desire to do that. I'm not seeing any hands for that, so looking for a motion to approve the agenda. Moved, seconded, all in favor. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us down to the consent agenda, corporate issues. Looking for a motion to adopt that. Mover, thank you. Seconder, great. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Consent agenda, development services. Looking for a motion to approve that one. Moved, seconded, thank you. All those in favor? Great. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us over to development services. Item B1, which is an expired building permit, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. So this is 101 Pine Tree Way, and it is in Area E, just above Campbell Mountain Landfill. And it is a property where a single-family dwelling was moved on to the property and a deck was constructed. There were no inspections, there was no occupancy permit issued, and it is fully occupied. The last inspection that had been done prior to the stop work order was September of 2017, and we've had no contact from the property owners since that time. There is still outstanding geotechnical reports and structural reports, and those are outstanding, Mr. Chair. Our recommendation is that we put a notice on title in order to advise any future purchaser of the outstanding issues, that we seek conjunctive action if no progress has been made by June 1st of 2023, and that should it go to court, that we move to recover costs.
Okay, I'll go to the area director, Director Federigo. You have a direction on this?
Sorry, do they get to speak to this before I make a recommendation?
Generally, we need to have a motion on the floor. If it's the opposite of denial or going to injunctive action or something, then they wouldn't get an opportunity to address the board. But if you're moving the staff recommendation, they will get an opportunity.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation, but I wanted to alter the date, if possible, to the beginning of December, because this owner has reached out and wants to be in compliance, and given how hard it can be to connect with different people, just given timelines, I would like to give them a little bit extra time in the year. So move the recommendation, but with the date of December 1st.
December 1st?
2023.
Okay, you're seconding that? Okay, motion on the floor. Before we go to discussion, it's seconded, it's on the floor. I will ask if the proponent is in the room or online and want to address the board. They're online. I'm seeing a thumbs up from Danny. If you can put them through. Okay. Hello?
Hey, this is Ryan. So, yep, I thank you for addressing this, and obviously you got my email about our timeline. I would like to say that I have been in contact with you guys since 2017 and have several documents showing this, and would very much like to work with you and be in compliance and get this done. Is it in my best interest as it is in your best interest as well?
Okay, thank you for that. Is there any questions from the board to the proponent? Not seeing any hands. Thank you. Oh, I do have a hand from Director Knodel. Go ahead.
Hi, to the proponent there, is the date suitable for you? Will you be able to complete in that time?
Yeah, we were hoping for around that timeline, end of the year. I don't see any reason for us not to be able to get that done.
Outstanding.
Okay. Seeing no other questions, we thank you for the brief presentation, and we'll go back to the board for a decision here and discussion. Any discussion on this? Motion on the floor is the staff recommendation with the change in date to December 1st. Not seeing any hands. I will call the question then. All those in favor? It is a corporate vote. Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us to B2, which is another building enforcement at 655 Wiseman Place, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. This is a 0.47 acre parcel on Wiseman Place in Naramata. There was a Quonset, a fairly large Quonset, constructed with an addition that's in progress. Again, no permits issued. We believe it may be in the offset. We haven't been on the property to check that, but may be. And it's had a stop work order on it since April of 2020. So we are recommending that we put a notice on title to advise future owners of the contravention, that we seek injunctive action against the property if no progress has been made by July 6th of 2023, and that should it go to court, that we recover costs.
Okay, again, I'll go to Director Federico.
I'd like to move the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved, seconded. It's on the floor. Again, I would ask if the proponent for this is in the room or online. Danny, do you have anybody there?
Not currently seeing anyone, no.
From 655 Wiseman Place? If you can raise a hand or... Not seeing anything? Okay, we will move on here. It's on the floor. Discussion on this? Again, quiet. This is again a corporate vote, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B3, which is in Area A on 12th Avenue, another building enforcement action, CAO.
Did you say Area A, Mr. Chair?
That's what mine says, B3.
Oh, sorry. I was on the wrong one.
I thought maybe I was, but go ahead, B3.
So this is a 0.03 acre property just north of the border, in between the border and Osoyoos, in Area A. It's in the agricultural land reserve. This was the enclosing of an existing sun porch with a deck, and then replacing the roof on the sun porch as well. So again, no inspections, no response from the owner. This has been ongoing since May of 2011. It currently has a stop work order on it. We aren't sure if there's a safety issue with this property, Mr. Chair, but we are recommending that we go ahead and put a notice on title just to advise any future purchasers that there is contravention.
Okay. So I would ask if someone was willing to move that. Mover, seconded. Thank you. Again, I would ask, is there anybody from 12th or 10318 12th Avenue that wants to address the board on this? Not seeing any hands or anything? Okay, again, this is a corporate vote, but I'll ask, is there any discussion first? Okay, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to B4, which is in electoral area H, another enforcement action. CAO.
This is a property 8 kilometers north of Princeton, Mr. Chair, on Summers Creek Road, currently zoned large holdings 2. There was a stop work order placed on it in May of 2018. This was for the construction of an accessory building in the riparian area. It initially started out as 5 buildings, 3 were removed. 1 has since been permitted. This remaining one, this accessory building, is still outstanding. And it requires a watercourse development permit, and it currently has not had inspections or permits. So we're recommending that we put a notice on title. This is an accessory building. We don't believe it's a safety hazard. We're recommending notice on title against this property, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Coyne. Direction on this?
Yeah, I'll make the administrative recommendation, please.
Moved and seconded. And again here, I would ask, is there anybody from 1245 Summer Creek Road that wants to address the board on this? Not seeing anybody in the room. Anybody online? I'm not seeing any hands. Okay. Director Van Elfen, you have a question?
I do, thank you, through the chair. So put a notice on title. Really, what good does it do? If the people go around tomorrow and sell it, someone buys the property, there's a notice on title, but really it hasn't cost the person that has done this a nickel. They've built an illegal building without a watercourse development, and there's no repercussion. A notice on title, really, I buy the building, I buy the property, and all it tells me at Kamloops Land Titles that there is a non-conforming building, basically. But there's no repercussion to the current owner. So I don't know, does this have enough teeth to stop this type of practice in the future? Because what message are we giving out? Build an illegal building and, oh, we're going to put a notice on title. I don't know if that's the approach, sorry.
Okay. CAO, you want to address that? Or? Okay, I'll go to Director Bloomfield first. Go ahead.
Through the chair and my experience with 30 years in real estate is that it does have an effect on the value of the property. It has an effect on what a buyer is willing to pay. It has an effect on the insurability of the property, which therefore then it could have repercussions on the mortgageability of the property. So it does have teeth. If you've got a cash buyer that doesn't care what they're buying, then it doesn't make any difference. But for the vast majority of buyers, it would matter in a transaction.
Yeah. Okay, that's good points. CAO?
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, it is our current policy. We have a 3-stage enforcement action policy. Only under the 3rd stage do we seek injunctive action, just because it's very complex in order to get something before a judge, usually involving 2 or more years and lots of money. So unless it's a safety issue, we don't really recommend injunctive action.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, I'll call the question on a corporate vote. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. That brings us over to Development Services, C1, Agricultural Land Commission Referral in Electoral Area C, CAO.
This is a property south of Oliver, Mr. Chair, in Area C, and it's about a boundary adjustment. So the application is to the ALC. The board's decision is to whether to move this on to the ALC. Typically, if we believe it's going to require any sort of further amendments of our legislation, we'll recommend against it. In this case, for this property, it would require future official community plan or zoning amendments in order to permit this type of a change. It's also in the agricultural land reserve and doesn't meet their requirements for home site severance. It was built post 1972. So we're recommending that we not authorize this to proceed to the Agricultural Land Commission, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'll go to Director Knodel, as this is in your area. Direction on this?
Thank you. Yes, I'm inclined to make the alternate recommendation. It doesn't form a home site severance, as it doesn't create another title. Both properties are small enough that the farming would be challenging on either one of them in their current state, and I believe that it would be advantageous to combine, as it would allow the winery a much more sustainable picture. But as stated, that would have to go to the ALC for approval, and I'd be inclined to let them make that decision, but I see it as a benefit for the farming area. Thank you.
Okay, so you're moving the alternative. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. It's on the floor. So as this is in positive, we don't have to ask the applicant to speak. Any discussion on this? Not seeing, oh, Director Taylor, go ahead.
Perhaps I'm slow. I get challenged by these scenarios where we have a detailed staff recommendation and then we're asked to go in the opposite direction. And yeah, I'll just leave it there.
Okay. Any further discussion? Not seeing any hands. This one is, again, a corporate vote, it says. So I will call the question, just so everybody's clear on what we're voting on. This is to authorize it to go to the ALC. All those in favor? Thank you. Opposed? Director Van Elfen? Motion carries. Brings us to C2, which is a temporary use permit in electoral area D, CAO.
This is a property on Highway 97 in Okanagan Falls, Mr. Chair. There's a commercial sort of a mini mall along the highway, and in behind there's a large storage area. And this is an application for a temporary use permit. They want to give a try to using it for a use that doesn't comply with the existing town center plan. And we believe that's a valid application, Mr. Chair. You can only access it by a lane. It doesn't have a road in front of it, but nevertheless, looks like it could work. So for this storage and warehouse use, we're recommending that the application for a temporary use permit be approved, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and that's on the condition that a water meter be installed as well. Okay. I'll go to Director Taylor for direction here.
I'll make the motion.
You're moving it. Is there a seconder? Thank you. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this one? Director Bush.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about the water meter. Does every business have a water meter in Okie Falls, or just something new?
I will ask the CAO if he can answer that one, or do we know?
Well, typically for commercial buildings, we do require water meters. I mean, that would be an aspiration for us to have all of our water systems on water meters. We don't right now, but that would be the way that we want to move in the future. And we usually require some sort of a hook to get somebody to put a water meter into an existing building.
So this is the hook.
This is the hook.
Gotcha. Any further discussion on this? Not seeing any hands. This one is a rural vote. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us down to C3, another temporary use permit, also in electoral area D. CAO.
This is an application for vacation rental at 413 Hody Drive in Okanagan Falls. Mr. Chair, it's right at the end of the, in the cul-de-sac at the end of Hody Drive. So this is a first-time application, and the way that the regional district has set up short-term rentals policy is that we allow a one-year application for new properties in order to, can you get that door? For new properties to give it a test to see if it does have any impact on the surrounding neighbors. And we understand there are a significant number of objections on this application, Mr. Chair, but for us, it meets the requirements of the zoning bylaw, so we're recommending that it be approved.
Okay. Again, I'll go to Director Taylor for direction.
I feel that this is a stable, low turnover area, close-knit community, larger homes quite close together. The house itself is close to immediate neighbors. Their concern is that they could be negatively impacted by adverse incidents with no on-site management. Community as a whole has demonstrated with a map quite strong opposition to this. And I think it's already caused a certain amount of angst in the neighborhood. I move to deny.
Okay, so you're making the alternative motion to not approve. So to deny this one, is there a seconder? It's on the floor. Any further discussion? I'm seeing a hand from Director Knodel. Go ahead.
I see where we have a very good staff that puts forward their best recommendations. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Just a little touche. Any other discussion on this one? Director Conants, go ahead, please.
Yeah, the only, I know I don't have a vote on this through the chair, but I do want to just say that I think the RDOS policy where there's a year gives the applicant a chance to possibly run a good business and a legitimate business. And I happen to know that there are other vacation homes on that street that don't have, I got a no from the crowd, that I knew people who have run them and that they don't have, they actually don't have permits. And I think it's a good idea to keep some of these businesses from going underground. So I would suggest maybe giving them a chance. But again, I don't have a vote in this. So.
Okay, Director Bloomfield, comment?
Comment is I don't have a vote either, but when you're denying the application, does the applicant have a chance to speak?
Quite often we do ask, and I'm not sure if they're here. Are they? Okay, I will ask you to come forward if you want. Come up to this, if you could come up to the speaker here and just hit the little button in the center and your green light should come on, and then you can.
First time user.
No problem. Appreciate it. Go ahead and make a.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, this is our first short-term rental. We live on the coast and we plan to retire in 4 to 5 years. We thought it would be a good opportunity for people to come in and see the community, put their dollars to the new grocery store that's there, to the new pub that's just opening, small businesses all over. We don't, as a family, we don't need the money, but we would rather have people come in and use their money in our community. Yeah, we use rental properties all over in the United States, in Canada, and we love it. I think it's a good opportunity for people to see the Okanagan.
Okay, thank you for that. If you just stay there for a moment, I'll ask the board if they have any questions. Director Coyne.
I'm another one that doesn't get a vote, but I do have a question for you. If you were able to go forward, would you have a management group or somebody that would be looking after it? Because that seems to be one of the concerns here.
Yes, we have a management company already online to take care of everything for us.
Okay. See another hand over here. Director Federico, go ahead.
If able to go forward, I've noticed in your listing that's already up that you have a swimming pool and they're notorious for creating noise for neighbors. So how do you plan on mitigating your tenants essentially from the noise from the pool?
We will have strict rules for there's noise bylaws, and everyone will, or they'll be out. My wife and I stand for no shenanigans. We realize it's a quiet community. We back onto East Side Road, so there's no issues there. Dave on the one side, he has no issues. Our neighbor to the south has no issues. Our rules are our rules, and if they don't abide, then they have to leave.
Okay. Any other questions for the applicant? Oh, another one? Go ahead, Director Federico.
Thank you through the chair. Can you confirm how many bedrooms are in the home and then how many would be occupied for tenants?
There's 4 bedrooms and up to 8 people.
Okay.
We have 4 parking spots, 2 in our garage and 2 on our driveway.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing no hands, thank you for the brief presentation and answering the questions. We'll go back to the board here for further discussion. I'm seeing a hand from Director Knodel. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you. And through the chair, currently we have a policy that allows for the 1-year trial period to make these things work. There's considerable discussion about changing that, but until such time as we do, I think we should be consistent and give the 1-year policy a chance to prove itself. And yeah, we can change our policies somewhere down the line, and then I'd take a different view. But at this point, I'd have to go with the alternative view, or with the proposal. Pardon me. Sorry.
No problem. Understood. Any further discussion on this? Director Bush, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm really caught on the fence here too, because, I mean, there are the issues of short-term rentals, which are taken away from our long-term rental problem. And so it's really a toss-up. It's a tough decision.
All right. Valid point. Director Taylor?
Yeah, I'll just close it. I do respect the applicant and your efforts. I do feel that the RDOS policy was brought in some time ago, and social views to short-term rentals have evolved. Many communities have said okay to short-term rentals with on-site management. On-site management means on the property. And there's a big difference for neighbors. If you have to pick up a phone and maybe somebody comes, or you have to knock on the door and then pick up a phone. But if somebody's on site, then they're going to be clued into the issues in advance. So I would dearly like to see the RDOS come forward with a stronger and better defined policy with respect to short-term rentals. But in the meantime, we have several communities that have opted out of short-term rentals in our official community plan. And I essentially see from this response we've had from our community that they too would like to opt out of short-term rentals, certainly of a whole house variety. I think the provision for renting out a basement suite or a bedroom if you're so inclined, or a carriage house if you're so inclined and you're on the property, I think that's a different kettle of fish.
Okay, good points. Any further discussion on this? Seeing no hands, again, this is a rural vote. I'll call the question, and just so everybody's clear, this is to deny the application. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Director Knodel opposed? Motion carries. Down to C4. Before we go on to this one's in my area, and I would like the opportunity to speak to this one. So I'm going to ask the vice chair to take over the chair for this specific item. So turn it over to Director Coyne.
We'll see if we'll give it back. No, just kidding. C4, official community plan and zoning amendment, or bylaw amendment, electoral area A, CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Acting Chair. So this is a property in Area A, in between Osoyoos and Anarchist Mountain, and it's going up the hill towards Anarchist Mountain, and we've seen this one before. We had, I believe, permitted a single-family dwelling prior to this. This is an application for a rezoning for a 6-lot subdivision. So in looking, it's a bare land strata, and then also a piece of it that would go into conservation area adjacent to an additional conservation area. It is in a watercourse development permit area, and it is in an environmentally sensitive development permit area, and it is not in a growth area that we have defined in the official community plan. So we're recommending that this application be denied, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. Director?
Thank you, Director Coyne. I'm going to move, or ask to move, the alternative recommendation, which is to send this to a public hearing and move forward. And if I get a seconder, I would explain on it.
Second. Seconded.
Okay.
We got two mics side by side.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, go ahead and speak to it.
All right, thank you. And my rationale for this, and I don't disagree with anything that was said in this report in terms of what was put forward, but what's missing in here is the fact that this is going to be subdivided, whether we allow this to move forward or not. It's over 30 acres. The minimum parcel size is 10, and I talk acres, not hectares, just because that's what I'm used to. So it's allowed 3 lots presently without any changes. And on each of those 3 lots, it's allowed 2 homes. So that's 6 residences if the people want to build them. What's being proposed is no more than 5 and a public benefit of preserving the environment. If we put this as 10 acres, 3 lots of 10 acres, those 10 acres, the opportunity to save the environment, protection of any sort. And I would point out that this is mule deer and sheep winter range. There is a need to keep some of this. There's a lot of the little invertebrates and whatnot that are there as well. But in my mind, the 5 homes is much better suited on a small lot and preserving the rest of it than if we keep this as 10-acre lots. And it has some of it, or one portion of it, would have the potential to go into vineyard. It's not ALR land, but the concern, aside from the environmental issues, is water. And if it goes to vineyard, the use of the water is going to be 10 times more than what those few homes that are there are going to use. So I'd like to see this go to a public hearing, see what the community has to say about it, and I can be convinced that it's not the way to go, but at this stage in the game, 5 versus the 6 seems to me to make more sense. So that's my rationale.
Thank you. Anybody have questions, comments? Director Taylor?
Just what's the process, Director, after the public hearing?
Do you want to answer that, or CAO?
Go to the
CAO.
Probably.
So we'd give it first and second, we'd have a public hearing, and then it would come back to the board for a third.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing none, I'm going to call the question. Oh, so sorry, Director Roberts. I don't know what's above your head now.
There, it's gone. Question I have is, in regards to these smaller lots, when you say 5 versus 6, what is in your OCP in regards to, like, let's say a secondary housing on that? You know, are they gonna be able to put carriage housing on those 5, or would that be part of something that you would add in later? Because again, you know, I do understand what you're saying, in regards to the 10 acres and not having the land saved for protected area, but I just wanted to find out, is there stipulations around further carriage houses or other suites or another part of the home, even on those smaller lots? Thank you.
I see Mr. Garish has come up to the table, so I'll ask him to answer that.
So our understanding is the applicant is asking for a small holdings 3 zoning. And the small holding 3 zoning allows for either a secondary suite or an accessory dwelling as a permitted use, similar to all of our small holdings and large holding zones. So they theoretically would be able to have that additional accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you. Did you have a question, follow-up?
I would point out, though, under the existing rules, if these are kept at 1 hectare, we cannot put a secondary suite on them at this point. That may change in the future. Or a secondary suite is allowed, but not a carriage home. That's at this stage. That's where we're at. So.
Thank you. Any other questions? Oh, Director Weeb.
Maybe I'm not keeping track of them now. So my understanding is that currently it could be subdivided 3.
Can you speak up a bit? We can barely hear you, Jason, or Director. Oh, now your mic's off.
Change mics. Does that work better?
That's better. Yeah, way better. Thank you.
Okay. This is the technology. But no, I just, so that I'm keeping track, I know, I think it was a rural vote, so I don't get a vote, but I just want to keep track of the way that it's currently existing. There would be potentially 3 lots with a secondary suite. If I heard Chris correctly, with the new proposal, that'd be 5 lots. They could have, so potential of 10 primary, or 5 primary and then 5 secondary. Is that correct?
No. Do you want to answer that, Director Pendergraft?
My understanding would be that they would be allowed the 5 homes, and they could put a secondary suite inside that home. But if it's under 1 hectare, our current rules do not allow for a carriage home. Under the existing zonings, which is large holdings, he's allowed 1 main home and an accessory dwelling. And I don't know the size limit on that, but it's significant. I think 150 square meters or something like that, or maybe it's 140, but irregardless. It would be 6 homes versus 5. That's where I'm making the argument at.
Okay. Did you want to follow up there, Mr. Garish, or you look like you want to say something?
Only if there's a question.
You're biting your tongue, so. Any other questions then? Okay, oh yeah, here we go.
Not that I have a vote, but mathematically, as our chair has indicated, tax revenue wise, it'd be the better way to go to the public hearing and to allow the alternative with the more houses, but still retaining some of the riparian area and the ecologically sensitive area for the mule deer habitat and what have you. So tax wise, I think it'd be a benefit.
Thank you. Okay, okay, Director Federico.
Thank you through the chair. I guess, Director Pendergraft, what are you hoping to get out of the public hearing? Because right now there's quite a bit of feedback from all different agencies and residents that they're not in favor. So what are you hoping the public hearing provides?
I would just like to hear what the community's thoughts are on it. I know that the existing or close by neighbors are concerned about water issues. That's been the feedback at this point, but I want to hear if there's any other concerns to make my final decision. So.
Okay, last call for questions. All in favor? Opposed? It's carried.
Just on a point of voting, so the alternative proposes to do first and second reading and head to public hearing, but the fourth paragraph down is the delegated authority to the chair to conduct it. So we need we need a corporate vote for that part.
Okay. So you want to make the second part of it?
Yeah, I'll move the second part of that.
Seconder? Okay, Director Monteith. And this is a corporate vote. All in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Coyne. Brings us to C5, which is an Okanagan Valley zoning bylaw 12-month review. CAO.
Yeah, we've had our consolidated zoning bylaw for a year now, Mr. Chair, and there's been a number of amendments and a number of issues that we've picked up during that 1 year. And so this is sort of a housekeeping amendment, and we're looking for first, second reading and proceeding to a public hearing, and that the public hearing be held before the board on April 20th of 2023.
Okay. Anybody willing to make that motion? Moved. Seconder. Thank you. Any discussion on this? Again, seeing no hands. This one is, oh gosh, rural vote. So I actually need a mover who is a rural person. We caught that. Someone willing to move it rurally? Thank you. And seconded? Perfect. We're on the floor. Any discussion on this? It's all rural vote, yeah. Seeing no hands, rural vote, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Brings us over to, or C6, a petition to enter the service area in electoral area H, CAO.
This is the 16 properties outside Princeton, Mr. Chair, that we want to extend the fire prevention and suppression service establishment bylaw, and this is for adoption.
Okay, I will go to Director Coyne for direction on this.
I'd like to make the administrative recommendation, please.
Okay, moved and seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion on this? This one is a corporate vote, just so everybody's aware. Seeing no discussion, call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. Down to legislative services, RDOS fees and charges bylaws, CAO.
We've just introduced a program at the Okanagan Falls landfill, Mr. Chair, where we could repurpose RVs into the disposal area. There is no site for this currently. So in order to do that, we need to revise the fees and charges bylaw. And then also at the same time, we'll make some definition changes in that bylaw. So we're recommending first, second, third, and adoption.
Okay. Direction from the board on this? Anybody willing to move this? Mover, seconder, thank you. Any discussion? It's fairly straightforward and one of these things that we need in place. So you're seeing no hands. Corporate votes, call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. D2, Dog Control Amendment Bylaw, CAO.
This falls out of our recent changes to the noise bylaw, Mr. Chair. We removed barking dogs from the noise bylaw. So we've now got it in the dog control bylaw. And just as a reminder, H is not a part of this. BCG are excluded from the barking dog provision. So we're recommending that this get first, second, third, and adoption. And then also we have to do the bylaw notice enforcement bylaw.
Yeah, two separate motions here. So direction from the board on this for the first part. Someone willing to move that? Moved, seconded. Any discussion on this? Seeing no hands again, this first section is actually the corporate. Well, they're both corporate. I guess they could have been done together, but
One's
there
a special vote, Mr.
special
Chair.
vote? Okay, so we'll keep them separate. Corporate vote, though. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. The second part of that. Someone willing to move that? Moved, seconded, thank you. Any discussion? Again, corporate vote. Call the question. All in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Motion carries. This brings us to D3, Electoral Area D Incorporation Study, CAO.
Over the last couple of years, we carried out a boundary review within Electoral Area D, Mr. Chair, with regards to the incorporation of Okanagan Falls. And there was a committee that had been established and recommended a boundary to the board that was adopted prior to the election. And under review, and with the assistance of Municipal Affairs, it was determined that the boundary may be too large for a successful vote. So we're recommending now, Mr. Chair, that we support the ministry recommendation to adjust that study area to more or less really just defined by Okanagan Falls rather than the larger area. And that is identified in Appendix A to the report. And then we also have a term of reference for the next phase of the study, Mr. Chair, that we're looking for approval from the Board of Directors on.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Director Taylor. Direction on this.
Well, I think this study is a significant step forward and represents a major opportunity for the people of Area D. I take into strong consideration what the Ministry of Municipal Affairs has recommended back to us. And I'd like to make the motion, move both
recommendations.
Both recommendations.
Okay, so you're moving it. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded. It's on the floor. Any discussion? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, I have to say, when the committee's report came to us last year, when we first talked about it, I was concerned at the time about the boundary, that it was trying to be all things to all people, and even though I supported it because I didn't want to go against a community committee, in my own mind, I just thought this is never going to fly. This is never going to work. And so I'm really, the province coming back with this, I think this, for the first time, I think in my, during this whole process, I'm saying to myself, yeah, this could work. This has a real chance of success for OK Falls to incorporate. I think it makes perfect sense. And as I remember saying last year, that it's better to start small and expand your boundaries if you find you need to, than try to shrink them later. Because that will never work. So I really I'm excited for OK Falls. I think it's the way forward. So I think it's a good job for everybody involved in this.
I think there was a few people feeling a little uncomfortable with the size of it the last time, and I have to agree. I think this is a good step to move forward with. Any further discussion? Director Bush, go ahead.
I hate to, but because I've been against this incorporation all along, I always thought the bigger it was, the less chance we'd have it. I'll vote against this.
At least you're honest.
That's it. He's being honest, so. Go ahead.
Is that okay? Jim?
Yep.
Well, I look at Karamis for an example. I mean, they're incorporated, and just for instance, one side of the street, the taxes are $1,000 more than the other side. That's my main thing is, I mean, I understand what they're looking or hoping to get, that they can improve their facilities and roads and everything, but it just doesn't happen the way I see it. I don't think incorporation's going to change anything for the better for them.
Okay, any further discussion on this? Go ahead, Director Holmes.
Yeah, I look at it a little differently. I see, you go up and down the Okanagan Valley. We're really well off. This is a really well off valley. You travel other parts of the world, other parts of the country. The Okanagan we have a really high quality of life. We're really healthy. And this is no disrespect to OK Falls, but you drive through OK Falls and think, whoa, this isn't like the other communities in the valley at all. And there's a reason for that. And it's about self-determination, making your own decisions, and bringing that community up to the same level that we have in Oliver and Soyuz and Summerland. And there's an opportunity there. Let's grab it. Let's run with it.
He wasn't trying to eliminate Penticton. He was trying to keep the smaller communities in mind was all. Director Miller.
Thank you. Director Holmes, are you unaware of tickleberries?
Good point. Oh, I see a hand from Director Roberts. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks to the chair. Again, in follow-up to Director Bush, I do understand what he's saying in relationship, looking at the village of Karamias and its side. But I do see the difference, not only what Director Holmes was stating, but the one thing that OK Falls has is a lot more industrial land that we don't have in the Similkameen Valley, which is a real benefit to that community for being able to garner taxes through corporations and infrastructure, industry to support the needs of the development of the downtown area. So, I do see both sides of the fence, but I do support it.
Okay. Not seeing any. Oh, Director Bush, last chance. Go ahead.
Thanks. And so the problem I see is what, we're getting to in the Okanagan here is that, it's such high price to live here and whatnot. So we're developing this have and have not society. And this is what I see, the more rules and regulations and the better we want things, that the more we separate society, and I just don't agree with it.
Okay, valid point. Director Taylor, final words or last word here? Then we'll call the question.
People in Area D have been examining this question for years. We've made some headway in terms of going down this road. The ministry has said if you want to go further down this road, we recommend looking at a smaller footprint. My feeling strongly is if we are successful in moving forward with that smaller footprint, then we can grow. If we are not successful in getting this through this next step, there is no, it took us 30 years to get to this point, right? It'll be another 30 years before we get a second one if we don't get through this. So I strongly recommend that we move forward with the two motions.
Okay. Seeing no more, I do see a hand from Director Knodel. Go ahead.
Thank you. And through the chair, ultimately, this is just another step in a process. Like Director Bush, I don't see it as a great thing, but I'm more than willing to let the people of OK Falls have the final say, and it will come to a referendum before it gets closed. So this is just a step. Thank you.
Good point. I'll call the question. This again is a corporate vote. All those in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? Director Bush and Miller? Missing anybody else? No? Motion carries still. Moving on in the agenda, that brings us down to CAO reports. CAO.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Did I miss one?
So
it's part of the same motion. She just wondered about the two parts of that. They were all one motion. So.
Okay. We were at the Chair CAO Forum last week, which you're going to talk about more later. One of the issues that came up was the Accessibility Act, and I thought I'd expand a little bit on this in that we had a speaker, Mr. Sam Turcotte from the Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, come and speak to the 27 regional districts about this. The act came into force on of 2021, and there is a provision in there that regional districts must have an accessibility committee and a accessibility plan by September of 2023. So we're investigating this right now. One of the other things that Mr. Turcotte indicated, though, was that there are grants available for developing the plan, and other municipalities, of course, are further ahead than we are, but there are templates out there that we could look at. But the interesting one to me was that within a regional district, you don't have to have each local government with a separate plan. You can have a regional plan, so you could have one committee for a regional district, which would involve, in our case, our 6-member municipalities in the regional district, and you could have one plan. And I'm going to be bringing this up to our CAO group meeting that we have on April 19th to see where our incorporated communities are on their development of this, because it's applicable to them as well, and as to whether there might be some interest in a regional plan. But generally, what it says is that we have to have a committee, and of course the committee has to be diverse, and we have to have a plan, and there is a fairly robust community consultation program wrapped around it. So there will be some work required in order to get us up to the state of where we're going to meet this legislation. And then, once you have your plan, it has to be reviewed every 3 years, which again is more work. But, and it is perhaps a little more complex than it seems, in that you have to look at who's included, is it adaptable, is it diverse enough, was it done collaboratively, and does it meet the universal design criteria that goes along with the Act. So we're going to be discussing this on the 19th, Mr. Chair, and I'll certainly let the board know how we make out in that, and how we're going to proceed, and how we're going to meet our obligations under the Act. Just the other thing is, I mentioned the CAO group meeting on the 19th. That group has now decided that we'll meet quarterly, so this will be our second meeting of this year. We're going to talk again about shared services. We started this discussion back in January when we had our first meeting, and the initial one was brought up by Summerland about the cost of chemicals for water treatment plants, which all municipalities have. So we're looking at doing some shared services there, and we're looking at where else we can cooperate that way. We're going to be looking at the Emergency Program Act replacement consultation that's going on right now. We don't know what's in the Act, but there's lots of discussion and lots of indication that it's going to be significant. It will certainly address UNDRIP in the new Emergency Management Act, and whatever they call it, and it will require substantive change, I think, in the way that we address emergency response. And of course, it will also address the Sendai framework, meaning that it will be well beyond just the preparedness and response level now into recovery and mitigation, and that there will be obligations for all local governments to undertake that. And in fact, it gives the provincial government more authority in order to order activities under each of those 4 frameworks. So we're going to talk about that, and also we hope to get a preview of the emergency program study results, and so that we can get that up to the board as quickly as possible. discussion that the board had about the code of conduct and whether we could make that regional or not, that we had discussed before. As all good CAOs do, we delegated that to our corporate officers. They have now come back with a draft that they're going to present to us on the 19th. And that is now being circulated out to each of the municipalities for review. And so hopefully the board can look forward to getting that back fairly soon. And as always, we have some workshops coming up. The one next week with Jerry Berry is just local. It's going to be in here, but our next big one will be on Aboriginal relations that we're going to have at the Community Event Center, and that's going to be open to all incorporated communities and their full councils and CAOs. So we'll be talking about that as well. We'd like to get or start developing either questions or interests that the board would like to see discussed by Mr. Harding from Young Anderson when he comes back to present to us. So if anybody has some suggestions on that, please get them into Ms. Malden and she'll consolidate them for us. I will be talking about the Accessibility Act that we just discussed. And as the board may know, 4 of the incorporated communities and us are going into collective bargaining this year. Summerland is done and Karamias is not until next year, but the remainder of us will all be looking for instructions from our elected officials prior to this fall when we'll be invited to start, I'm sure. And then we're also talking about what everybody's doing as far as retention plans, any good ideas that are coming up. And we'll be talking about the provincial housing updates and all of our activities within the regional district about housing and a number of other things, Mr. Chair, but that's the extent of it.
Okay. Any questions for the CAO on that report? Not seeing any hands. Moving on in the agenda, it brings us down to the chair's report. I was with Bill down at the Chairs and CAOs Forum. We had quite a busy agenda, actually. I'll just briefly touch on a few of the things that probably worth mentioning. There was an update from Ministry of Municipal Affairs and a presentation which was short from the minister, but the Assistant Deputy Minister, Tara Faganello, I believe is how it's pronounced. I always don't want to ever say that wrong, but I think that's how it's pronounced. So she had mentioned that they're attempting to give the regional districts more of the powers that the municipalities have, such as business licenses. And I think we've also put this forward as a motion to SILGA, was the ability to have for tree removal and whatnot. So some of those types of powers are going to be changes coming up. I will say, from reading the room that was there, it sounded like half of them thought that was a great idea, and the other half of the regional districts, particularly those that are farther from Vancouver area, not so much. But it's one of those things that if you get it, you don't necessarily have to implement it. It's something you can put in if you so desire or think you need those rules in your area. One of the other presentations we had was in the morning. Actually, Bill did a presentation to the group on customer service, a culture of customer service, which was very well accepted down there. He talked about the Accessibilities Act. The one that I struggle a little bit with in terms of, I don't know that everybody's really that familiar with the changes that are coming to the Emergency Management Act. If you hear the feedback from the chairs from the regional districts down there, anyone who's not from a from Vancouver thinks this isn't good that's coming down the pipe. So it's something we should all look at. The suggestion is go on the emergency website, what do they call it? The emergency management website, and look for 13 policy shifts. There's 13 policies that are supposed to be shifting in the Emergency Management Act that we should be aware of. Now, having said that, I don't think all 13 apply to us because there's a lot of changes that are going to include and bring into, they're needed for the Indigenous communities, but probably half of those are going to affect us as local government, aside from the ones that are related to the Indigenous community. So I encourage you all to take a look at it, form your own judgment. They're going to be coming back to us for some public feedback on this in the near future. So you should be informed of what you're going to say or whether you think it's good or not. Make your own decision on that. There was a brief talk about the BC housing strategy, which I won't go into because most of you attended that. And then there was a nuts and bolts session, which we discussed kind of a little bit of everything. But other than that, while I was down there, I did go to the Municipal Finance Authority meeting, the annual general meeting. There was a changeover on the trustees. There's usually, I think, 10 trustees that are there. 6 that were former trustees didn't run for election last year in municipal government, so there was 6 new trustees appointed to that. And I've got the annual report that I'll send to Christy, and she can forward that out to everybody. Not everybody wants to read that, but if you so choose to, you can, and inform yourself on that. Municipal Finance Authority is doing well in terms of their rating. They're still AAA. We're actually higher than the province and the federal government and everything like that. So they do a good job with the money they lend out to us to get our job or our projects completed. So I'll leave it at that. Director's motions. Are there any director's motions today? Director Holmes?
I don't have a motion. I just want to, the Emergency Act website, could we get a link to that?
I can try to get that, and I'll have Christy send it out to everybody.
Okay, thanks. Yeah.
Just Google modernized emergency management legislation.
Yeah.
I can send it to you.
We'll spell it wrong and it won't come up right. So if we do get the link, we'll get it sent out for sure. Any director's motions? I don't believe I'm seeing any. Moving on. Board members' verbal updates. Anything from your individual communities that's going on? Oh, a couple of hands. I'll start with Director Van Elfen and then over to Director Bloomfield.
Thank you very much. It was an initiative started out in Summerland and it's kind of turned over and picked up by the local Summerland Kinsman Club. There's been a lot of garbage sites identified up in Area F. Abandoned, burned out cars and RVs and what have you. And some of it people have tried to clean up, but when it's not cleaned up, it seems to attract more. So the Kinsman Club contacted me and they said, who at the RDOS to speak to? And I said, the CAO. And as any good CAO, he directed it to Janice Johnson.
Yeah.
Who has indicated to the Kinsman Club that the RDOS will pick up the tipping fees. And I am grateful because it is in a lot of our watershed areas. And it's just a great initiative for the local Kinsman Club to have taken this on and to help clean up our environment. Thank you. Thank you to the RDOS. Much appreciated to your staff.
Okay, thank you for that. Director Bloomfield and then Director McCordoff.
Yeah, I just wanted to give a bit of an update to the directors that didn't go to the housing forum for the past couple of days. You know, it was, I think it was a very, very good event, and I think that that the RDOS was well represented there by, you know, several directors that were there. The most vocal being our vice chair, of course. So he made the biggest impact, but but we there was a lot of discussion around the proposed zoning changes or changes to zoning and structures throughout the province that have been recently proposed by the province, and the effects that'll have on infrastructure. But there was also actually a pretty good breakout session, and there was about short-term rentals. And there was some very heavy hints about incoming provincial regulations on short-term rentals, which that would be interesting to see, and how that sort of complements what discussions have been going on around this table.
Okay, thank you for that. I've got Director McCordoff and then Director Coyne.
I just wanted to say happy Easter to everybody. And if you are so inclined, we have the 30th annual Easter extravaganza in Asuyas on Saturday morning with pancake breakfast and an egg hunt and a jelly bean counting. And it's a good event. So if you're all welcome to come down and join us. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Director Coyne.
I seem to leave a wake behind me sometimes. One of the things that came out of this housing summit, and I think it's because of the announcement the day before the summit, is there's more questions than answers right now. So I know earlier this morning we were talking amongst ourselves, and there were some questions, but there's not a lot of answers right now, and that seemed to be one of the themes from the government is we don't know how this is going to actually look at the end of the day. I just wanted to say I won't be at next Friday's workshop. I'll be in Prince George at the BC Council of Forest Industry meeting. It's the annual meeting that we all attend, and there's some, as you can guess, there's some rather large issues around fiber supply, which I think will be the dominant discussion up there as it becomes more and more scarce, and the demand is growing by the day. So I'll talk to you then.
Okay, thank you. Any other updates from the communities? Did I miss a hand on there? I'll get to Director Roberts first and then Director Bush and Federico. Go ahead, Director Roberts.
Thank you to the chair. First off, before I carry on and forget, wish everybody a happy Easter weekend. That being said, I know it's a little bit ahead of the game, but I would like us to think about it. Hedley is having its 125th anniversary on the weekend of June 16th, 17th, and 18th, with the parade on the 17th. I've been in discussion with the staff of Minister Lana Popham, who's now the Minister in regards to tourism, and of course dealing with that stuff that has heritage underneath it. And one of the big focal points is that, of course, that Hedley has Canada's oldest World War I cenotaph, only to be outdone by one in Great Britain. And other than that, and then the Grace Church, which is the oldest, longest running church in Continuum in BC. So, you know, some exciting things happening in our community. And again, this ties in with all the heritage values, whether or not with the stuff with regards to the corridor as a whole, with the upper and lower Similkameen Indian Band, and then the communities that came in after, and the development in our valley of some very significant heritage assets. And again, this is a celebration of that community, but it's also a celebration of the whole corridor when we look at it. So again, look forward to keeping you updated on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Director Roberts. I'd missed Director Taylor, so I'll go to him before I go to Director Bush. Go ahead.
George will talk to me after the meeting. Just a couple of quick comments. Some concern in my community, just, you know, we hear about it on the news all the time, rental crisis, housing crisis, but we have new jobs coming in to our community, and, you know, I really see a crisis coming to our little community of the absence of long-term rental. And in all likelihood, a certain amount of that needs to be social housing, or, you know, certainly government-supported housing. And I've just struggled to see, or I'm hoping to have regional district support, and that the regional district will see this as a concern for our community, and that it's something that the district should be supporting, that we should be having some supported housing in that community. We are looking at options, and we're still at the exploratory stage. We have applications in for some time. We're unsuccessful. We are trying to increase the palatability of that by putting in a daycare component. And I do think that also is right close second in terms of things that we desperately need. We have no licensed daycare in our community. So we need those two things. And if you want to have some fun, you don't have to go as far as Osoyoos. You can come to Lions Park and you can see about 300 kids just tear through the park looking for eggs. And I'll send you all an invite. It is really funny to watch.
They get rather excited when they're on the
God, they
hunt
just
for
go
them chocolate eggs, for sure. Director Bush?
Yeah, so the Lower Smelcomine Indian Band this Easter Sunday is putting on the Chewbacca Rodeo. And if any of you are bored and want to come out to see some beautiful country and get some great fried bread, whatever, it would be an awesome day out. Thanks.
Good reminder. Director Fedrigo?
Wonderful, thank you. April 22nd, Earth Day, we have a variety of stuff happening down in Naramata. We have community garage sale. Our OAP is doing their famous hot dog barbecue, which is always fantastic and a great fundraiser for them. And then Naramata Slow is putting on a variety of options. And you can come grab a new outfit at our clothing library, which is an awesome sustainable way of moving clothing around and keeping it out of the landfill. So come check that out. So yeah, lots to do in Naramata.
It sounds like a busy weekend, potentially. I'll go to Director Johansson and then Director Conant. Oh, you're muted, Director Johansson. Can't hear you.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I just wanted
There
to
we go.
mention I will not be at the workshop next Friday as well. I'll be joining the Osoyoos Indian Band, who's having a historic reserve celebration in OK Falls. They were able to purchase a piece of their land that came up for sale that was part of their reserve going back to 108 years ago, I believe. 5444 Hawthorne Place, Okanagan Falls. And it's going to give them, access to the river for salmon fishing. They're going to be starting the celebration late in the morning hour, and our council and myself will be attending. And I'm not sure if anybody else on the board has been given an invitation as well. But if you have not, maybe reach out to me and I'll see what I can do. It sounds like it's going to be a special day with lots of events and celebration and song and just celebrating getting their land back and having access to the river moving forward. So thank you.
Thanks for that. We did get an invite here too. We're just trying to figure out how to make it work so can attend both events for as long as possible. But I have Director Conant and then
Yes,
Director
just
Holmes?
wanted to follow up on the conversations about concerning long-term rentals, long-term housing. So the housing workshop we went to, the housing conference over the last 2 days was really informative. And a lot of it was concerning that, of course. And just so you know, and you may already know this, directors, but the message that came forward throughout the conference is that in September, there's going to be legislation across the province concerning single-family home zoning. And so you may not have to worry about that much longer because our single-family home zoning, there's going to be gentle infill throughout the province, which will mean they were talking continually about 4 units on every property. And then they mentioned quite a few of the breakouts that they held, meetings they held, they talked about that this was going to be throughout regional districts and small communities also. Now, whether, what actually comes forward in September, we'll see, but a lot of this might be resolved by some of this change in land use that's coming forward, which is not, it's good in some way, you would think, but in others, we hate to lose our autonomy as local government too. So this is it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, sounds that way. Director Holmes.
Yeah, just on the Jerry Berry workshop next week. I'm sure most of us got invites from SD 67. They're having the Silks flag raising that day. Would it be possible for us to take a break from the workshop so we can all go to that? Because to me,
maybe we need to
I'll
reschedule.
be leaving to go to it regardless.
Yeah.
So,
Is it a possibility? I'm going to ask, is that a possibility to redo that, or?
We can look into that and see if Jerry's got some flexibility. I do know, though, that when we talked about the timelines for him to attend, you know, we said 9 to 3. He said that's just a ton of time. So, you know, with that in mind, perhaps there is that opportunity to have a break in the middle of the day as well. I'll have to figure that out, you know, but I'll touch base with him and just see what his schedule is like.
Could we ask if anybody else is encumbered that day, Mr. Chair?
Well, I'd like to go to one of those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was hoping to attend at least the OIB one, but
I was too, but I have my acting mayor is planning to go, so I felt I could go to Jerry Berry, but I would certainly go if I had the opportunity.
okay. All right. Anything else as a verbal update from anybody? Go ahead, Mr. Miller.
I'd just like to comment that I think if reconciliation is important to us, if there's any possible way that we can reschedule based on the nature of the conflict, I think that would be appropriate.
Good point. Seeing no more hands on any, oh, go ahead, Director Van Elfen.
Just following with the theme of Happy Easter, if you want to come and find eggs, just come to the farm, no charge.
You're talking real eggs
I
now.
could use the labor.
Okay. We'll keep that in mind. Go ahead, Ms. Mullen.
Just for those directors who haven't received one of these already, we just got these in yesterday. They are RDOS coins, and we copied them from Director Knodel. He got those for his electoral area, and he hands them out, you know, sort of as a special memento, a recognition for citizens who've gone above and beyond. Instead of just giving out the cheap little swag that we do, a whistle, a plastic whistle, something like that. This has more meaning. So I'm gonna give one, you should see the swag we have actually. I will give one to everybody here, and if you like them, we can talk about potentially some for other electoral areas. One of the largest costs is the artwork. And so now we've got 2 under our belt. I think we're experts. So yeah, just if you haven't got one, come grab one.
There's a sheep on it.
All right, looking for a motion to adjourn. Moved, seconded, all in favor? Thank you. Any opposed? We are done. Thanks, everybody. We'll be in touch in regards to next week, whether it's still a go or not. So.